everyone. We'll have to ask the choir to come up and for Isisele Africa. Where are they going to stand?
They can move that table.
Hmm?
They can move the table around the table.
Also, anyone who's lost a Volvo, it's a Volvo car, please go to the front. Someone is having your key.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. We are welcoming the choir to lead us with singing Isisele Africa. Thank you. May we all rise, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay.
Silile
Thank you to the choir. It is not often where you hear music that reminds you of your olden days. As you can guess, you know, we come from an era where elderly people used to throw in 5 cents, 10 cents to acknowledge the beautiful music. Today, the choir has opened up the way that things are going to be moving. But as is the general practice and custom, utata wekhaya or umama wekhaya, the owners of the household, the elders of the household, have to open up their doors and windows so that the people that are around this room can feel welcome. Let us start with Professor Chris Ntlapo, who's the Vice Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, to pave the way in terms of opening this gathering. And as we go along, we're going to have a good chatting about why we are here. And what is important is that we want to feel at home first. We don't want to feel that doors are just opened, but there is nothing that reassures us that we are welcome home. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, please. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I must say that I'm at awe. I've looked at the exhibitions. I've looked at the wealth that we are having as a country. And I'm actually saying, where are the potential historiographers to ensure that these things are captured for the future? I was going down the memory lane looking at the contribution made by men and women who brought us where we are today, and genuinely so. So I can assure you that as an institution, this is not just one of the events. It is an occasion where we want to document and chronicle the information for the benefit of the students, for the benefit of the continent, and of course for the benefit of our researchers. Program Director, let me welcome the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Madame Baleka Mbete, in our midst, Minister Thembiso Nyoni, Minister of Women and Youth, Zimbabwe, Ms. Bathabile Dlamini, well-known stalwart and of course a friend of CPUT, in all occasions that we have had dealing with female students, the challenges that we're actually having, sometimes celebrations, she will always be here. Welcome, Comrade Bathabile Dlamini. Ms. Ayanda Mvimbi, UN Women Multi-Country Office, and all the UN colleagues, Ms. Mandisa Munakali, President of Ilitalabantu. I'm not going to say much about this, but this lady is an institution. And I'm actually, it's my teacher, I'm learning a lot from her. So, Chief Teresa Kachidanmoto from Malawi, Chief Visolela Rose Namises from Namibia, Sarah Kenya Ngulupa from Tanzania, Bridget Osakwe from Nigeria, Lillian Nasarian Matim from Kenya, and of course, Dr. Noma French Mbobo from Western Cape, the MEC for Health and Wellness, and our own Chancellor, I hope she will actually pitch, Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, the Honorable Thandi Modise, the current Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I'm sure that she will actually pitch and of course will also have engagement. CPUT colleagues and all the guests from around the continent and far-flung areas of South Africa, you are welcome. I've heard all the languages. I've heard some people greeting in Sesotho, Bari Dumelang, and I said, these ones are coming from my area. And I've heard the others saying Molweni. I said, these are the locals, of course I know them. And I've heard the others saying Sanbonani. And I said, well, these are coming from the kingdom. But all of you, please feel welcome. This is actually the institution that we wanted to build as management. We are saying that we have to do all that we can to ensure that this institution is an institution of the people, and we strengthen the social ownership of this institution. The social construct must actually be strengthened constantly so. All the student leadership who is actually present in our midst, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. That's much better. Molweni. Ninjani. Sikona. Goeiemôre dames en heren. Hoe gaan dit? Dis goed. Dis vir my 'n groot geleentheid om enkele gedagtes met u te wissel. Baie dankie. Welcome to the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, otherwise CPUT. We always talk about it as C for the C, P for a P that you plant, and U as in you, and a T as a tea that we drink. We always avoid siput, kaput, and all the other variations. So that's why when we're celebrating the Death Awareness Month, we always said, this is your C, this is your P, this is your U, and this is your T. So that's basically how we do it, so that we can actually reach all members of our society. Women's Hub, I must actually say, let me not start with Women's Hub, but rather say that as an institution that is Cape Peninsula University of Technology, we wanted to welcome you to the first annual conference of Isisele Senyathi, Women's Hub on African History, aptly themed, mobilizing African women memories through collective and collating historical knowledge. A conference organized by Ilitha Labantu in partnership with African Women Independent Forum, or AWIF, and the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. I would like to thank everyone here today for being part of this prestigious event. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, to say I'm happy to be part of this August event will simply be an understatement and an oversimplification in terms, and not an honest and a fair depiction of the enormity of this occasion. Today, as an institution, we are making history by joining forces with Ilitha Labantu in chronicling the struggle stories of ordinary, resilient, indefatigable women of South Africa. We are part of an organization aiming at lifting the voices, faces, and victories of women, telling stories of leaders, visionaries, and change makers who made the history that we are enjoying today. This is in line with the One Smart University that we are building. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, being a university, particularly University of Technology, there are three aspects that we focus on, which is, better said in Latin, episteme, techne, and praxis. Episteme being knowledge, because we are actually knowledge factory. I hope that this engagement, this discussion, is going to immensely benefit our students and aspiring historiographers. We still need the real historiographers, and I hope they will emerge after this conference to deal with a number of issues that are emerging, like the anti-truth, the anti-intellectualism, and the anti-science that we are seeing that now is gaining traction. To strengthen the weakening social contract with society, which must constantly be renewed. So we are calling for greater social ownership of the public institution. To address the epistemic and cognitive injustice, to address epistemic exclusions, and to counter epistemicide, and to contribute to the decolonization of knowledge, and to promote knowledge democracy. We are still struggling when it comes to knowledge democracy across the world, and in particular in this country. So the whole question of epistemological pluralism is something that I think after this conference will gain traction. Last but by no means least, at this institution, in the spirit of oneness, where we always focus on the three U's that underpin our strategy, that is Ubunye, Ubuntu, Ugungafani. Those are the three U's that underpin everything that we are doing. We express our debt of gratitude. We never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. We do not believe in silent gratitude, as it is not useful for everybody. So that's why we are happy for Ilitha Labantu to be our partner. They have opened doors in some of the far-flung township where the institution is making a meaningful contribution. We are grateful for that particular item, President Ms. Munakali. We are very much grateful about that. As an institution, we ascribe to an African philosophy of, I quote, uhamba unxiba isihlangu zomunye umuntu, close quote, to walk in someone else's shoes. One of our graduates' attributes that we're talking about yesterday, we're talking about the fact that a typical CPUT student should have what is called relational capability. That is a challenge that we are facing. Our students cannot relate. In many cases, students coming from university, that's why we are accused at times that we are ivory towers, because this aspect of relational capability is a challenge. And we have to ensure that we embed that particular graduate attribute. I would therefore like to offer great thanks to all those who have been involved in organizing this event, from Ilitala Bantu and CPUT team. What we see before us today is a testament of their hard work. There was hard work. And when I was asking one of them, he was actually saying, you know what, when we were preparing, it was bittersweet. And better said in Latin, it was amor et fele et mele es fecundissimus. It was actually a mixture of a number of things, but at least the day has arrived today. Things not just happen, but things are made to happen. And I wanted to thank you. And again, as they say in Latin, that ex nihilo nihil fit. Nothing happened out of nothing. Out of nothing, nothing happened. So there were bound to be some sweat for us to be able to reach this particular point. And this is just the beginning, because our journey with Ilita Labantu has just started. And we wanted to make sure that we harvest all the information from the stalwarts across the country so that we can address the issue of epistemic pluralism or knowledge democracy. That's what we are aiming for as an institution. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to put what happened in some context. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear presentation and moderated debates on the main facet of the conference. That is, keeping women's voices alive by sharing and revealing the untold and unheard stories of survival and resilience of women who have shaped the African experience. There are still a lot of untold stories that still need to be unearthed. Making of an intellectual contribution to the historiography of African women's struggle by generating knowledge and showcasing women's indigenous knowledge system as part of women's history and philosophy. And thirdly, ensuring the role of African women as history makers and agents of change is historically accurate and equitable. And lastly, bringing together everyone interested in African women's history and how women's contribution to society is fully recognized, valued, and celebrated. In conclusion, Program Director, I hope all will find the next 3 days here at CPUT enjoyable and rewarding. As we always say, that meanings are created through interactions. I hope that the interactions that we are going to have up until the gala dinner are going to create that meaning that we are looking for. And of course, to assist us to carry the baton to the next generation of women. Enkosi siyabulela sithi makwande kuqhume. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Chris Ntlapo. When Prof mentioned that this is history in the making, when CPUT joined Ilita Labantu and IAWIF in this journey to keep the history of women in the books, archives, shelves for record purposes. But what is important about this journey is to take them out from where they are. Take them out to read, familiarize yourself, familiarize the contents with others. It is not for safekeeping, it is for lessons learned. We cannot, say something about the next speaker who has been plagued by this conscience that women of this country and beyond the borders of South Africa have been saying at the end of each and every conference for the past 33 years. Please make it a point that you create a platform. You only can do that by walking through your documents, by walking through everything. Bring out those unheard of stories, those hidden stories, the truths and the untruths. They said, Mandisa, take the opportunity whilst you still can. Take out the untruths and distortions that we are taught in terms of the history of women. Bring out the realities and as experienced, felt, heard, and seen at different times by different women from their own corners. Use these for lessons into the future by guiding others using the past and the present. We have been living a life where stories are untold, hidden, and we have been taught what is acceptable to society, what you should say, how you should say it, when you should say it, and to whom. As you are coming up to the stage, Mandisa Monakali, founder and president of Ilitha Labantu. It is not something that is bestowed on her out of nowhere. She answered a question, as if I can quote Jeff Blackwell, who will change the way you see the world. Over to you, Mandisa. Come.
Masiembo, 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 Singabakana, Masiembo, 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 Enkos. I hope I understand within. Iti Masiembo. Let's go back. Masiembo. Maspindele Nembo. For years, we've been so scared to say that. And now even our ancestors are free. Even those who died in Robben Island and those who died somewhere else, now they are free. Diti masiye nembo, masipindele nembo. Thank you, Chairperson. To the former Deputy President, Sis Balega Mbete, my sister Hlubi, the Minister of Women Affairs in Zim, my big sister, Minister Sthembi Sonyoni. Your house used to be a hiding place then in Bulawayo. The chiefs and queens, Mamu Katrina, siyabonga, siyabonga. We have a living legend here. Some people might not know how blessed we are. Uzazichaza yena, she's the only person in this country okwazi uthetha language, the San language and the Khoi. The living legend. We are blessed to have her here at her age. The former Minister of Social Development, a sister and a friend, Sis Batha, President Uchoke Undibu. The chairperson of the traditional leaders in Parliament, siyabonga Mama Mhlawuli. Thank you. Ndingumashiya. Umashiya mahle njengenyamazana ungajuza umbane wezulu uguqa abathokoze bezindlwane. Umashiya mahle uzikode. Mandithi masiphinde lembo ihlubikazi. Ndidla ngokhala ke ndithi andohlubikazi mne simaphambili asikho ndilihlubi. Ndilihlubi. Chairperson, I believe that every woman has a story to tell. I believe that history begins in their story as well as all those centuries. Remember, we never wrote our history. Our history was written for us by other people, whether by Bala Rongo or by Bala Njani, but we have never. It has been our mission from the outset to improve the representation of women in history. We aim on setting out to change the dangerous perception that women in the past had not done anything. Anything. We intend to write women back into the history. The impact of women's history might seem abstract to some and less pressing than immediate struggles of working women today. But to ignore the vital role that women played in this country, we might not be doing justice. I'm talking about my mother, your sister, your aunt. When I say each and every woman have a story to tell. We saw strength and inspiration from those who came before us and those remarkable women working amongst us today. Abo Sisbalega, Abo Batha, Abo Minister Nyoni and others, Abo Thandi. They are part of our story, and a truly balanced and inclusive history recognize how important women have always been in South African society. Not only in South African society, even all over the world. In our own personal lives, Ilitha Labantu encourages the discovery of stories about our mothers, grandmothers, great-great-mothers to help us to better understand their lives, the challenges they faced, and ultimately ourselves in our own times, and recognize the dignity and accomplishment of women in our own families, and those from the background leads to higher self-esteem amongst girls and greater respect amongst young men and boys. as we believe that Inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. A Xhosa proverb which means wisdom is learned or sought from the elders. Today, that's the reason we want those stories. We want our children to learn from me, from you, and from everyone. Most importantly, this hub will be tribute to our grandmothers. Actually, this hub is for our grandmothers. This hub will be for our children who are often excluded from history. This hub is for our elders who are often excluded in history. Like my maternal grandmother, Mata Nozimanga Speaker, who lived to the age of 110. My grandmother, when he was young, he lost her husband. And because history, wangenwa, niyamazi umngeno, wangenwa by the brother. When my mother used to tell us this story, you know, when we talk about stories, my mother used to share those stories to us and say, umama wami wangenwa ngumalume, ngutata omncinci, whatever, wazala abantwana. In so much that there was a gap between her because she was the last born and the others who were born. I think my mother was liberated because she challenged that, but then she couldn't do anything about it. Mata Sipika, Nozimanga, and the issue about Amahlubi, aya chatana because my grandmother, Mahatebe, umama uzalwa kaRhadebe wachata kwaMashiya. So Amahlubi analo history, unonje uyayazi lento ndiyithethayo. Sidla ngendebe endala. We drink out of an old cup. Niyayazi loo nto makuthiwa sidla ngendlebe sidla ngantoni? Niyayazi ithetha ntoni? We drink out of an old cup using a vessel handed down from our ancestors. We prosper as a result of their work. Sidla ngendebe endala, sidla ngendlebe endala, I missed that. It is our opinion that our elders are truly giants of our history. It seems to us these giants can still inspire our history, our collective. They were makers of justice, clarity. When you need clarity, you knew where to go. They were makers of charity as well and peace. Babengengomagwala. As an organization that is dealing with violence against women and children, we believe that healing the legacy wounds of history will help communities to work through the burden of shared historical legacies, thus transforming the pain into constructive action. Some of us, we took our pain and changed it. Ukuthi somebody else afunde kwi-pain yam. I am extremely proud to be the founder of Isisele Senyathi, a Xhosa idiom meaning a reservoir of knowledge or a mine of information, a hub for African women's history. Today, I'm proud of that. You know, there was a time when we were scared even to mention that I'm an African, as if ukhuluma into wrong. There was a time when you have to think twice to say, I'm a proud African, and people will look at you as if you have said something wrong. But today, I am proud to be the founder of Isisele Senyathi, which will restore women's memories and highlight women indigenous knowledge system as part of women's history and philosophy. For the past 32 years since our establishment, Ilitha Labantu has served as a story, as a historical hub for women's stories. The number of people who've been coming at Ilitha Labantu, their stories, their pains, from 1989 up to now, we don't need to do a research because the information is there. The information is there. From 1989, now it's 2022, and those stories are there. The women were talking for themselves, not somebody talking on their behalf. Masibuyele embo. Masibuyele embo. Osisibaleka will know ukuthi sithini xa sithi masibuyele embo. As an organization, we have been aiming at lifting the voices, faces of women, telling stories of the elders, visionaries, and large makers who made the history of today. The hub does not only want the role of African women in South Africa, but the hub wants the stories of African women, regardless where you come from. That's the reason today we have SADC here. Actual SADC is here. So that's why we have women from all over. It's a pity, Sis B, if we had funds, this hall would be full. But it's always the case. When you knock, they promise. At the 11th hour, they realize that this is not their mission. That's what was happening last week, Friday. We almost canceled the whole thing because somebody up there who promised and promised and promised. Just Friday, we received a call saying that we can't. After we have been promised, running around, they say it's a good initiative, it's about time. Then people look and say, yeah, this is not us because we all have our agendas anyway. The purpose of Isisele Senyathi is to ensure that the incredible contribution of women are remembered and celebrated. We will be retelling her story and changing the future. We believe that knowing women's history gives us all, female and male, the power and inspiration to succeed. We believe that our history is our strength. I believe that our history is our strength, but it depends how we use it. Isisele Senyathi mission is to tell untold and unheard stories of ordinary African women who transformed our nation and help in healing the legacy wounds of our history, which you know. Opening of doors for grassroots women's voices. That is one of the main aims of Isisele Senyathi. Opening of doors for grassroots women's voices, stories, experiences, and knowledge to feed into academic research and referring material for academic purpose. We are the ones who are going, and ordinary women who will feed the institutions. The women themselves will feed the research. Instead of having researchers coming to our offices and to our women are tired of being over-researched. They will tell you and say, "Ay man mandisa kunisa research sidiniwe ngoku." And they will turn around and say, "Hey, yes, I understand, it's true." Then they said, "Mandisa, kunini bethetha nathi aba bantu baza nantoni sidiniwe." That's what our people were saying. And also, the aim of Isisele Senyathi will be collecting South African women's stories, restoring and documenting the history and passing on memories. That is our mission. Ukuti how we're going to do it, it depends on Prof. Ilitha Labantu came to CPUT and said and asked them, "Can you host the hub because we have everything, we have nothing. Host a hub for us, but this hub belongs to ordinary women. Yes, we work with CPUT, but the women themselves, when a student needs an information, for example, and say, there was umama enisilinga somewhere, where can I get that information? The hub is there. Women will be able to go and read and listen to the stories of Umamuneli Jibiliza. I'm talking about omama basekukulethu nagalanga, whom you don't hear anything about them. Some of them march to Pretoria, but nobody talks about them. And I'm challenging the president there, Women's League, to say, this is Isisele, to say, this is a journey that we need to take, all of us, to say, let's remember those stories. In the olden days, there were no ECDs. Who used to take care of us? There were no ECDs. There was ugogo next door who will take care of us. And we learned to say mama from ugogo. No, we were not related, but ugogo took the initiative of uvula ikrij. Some of them were doing it not because they want money, but they saw the need. Bangena. About this conference we believe will help to uncover intsomi and amabali of stories of African women and places that have contributed to shape the history, culture, and heritage of South Africa. One of the things I was arguing the other day, I was saying, why when they talk about heritage, they don't talk about women? We need to change the narrative. You cannot talk about heritage leaving women. There's no heritage without women. But when you hear, even our minister, will never hear him talking about that, but that's for another day. As we're still celebrating Heritage Month, please ask yourself, what can heritage do without a lineage? What can lineage be without women? The 2022 theme of the conference is mobilizing African women's memories through collective and collecting history, historical knowledge. The theme is both a tribute to our grandmothers, mothers, and recognition of thousands and thousands of women that nobody talks about. Your mother, your grandmother, your sister. This hub will be looking at, particularly in the Western Cape, the Group Areas Act. I always say, my mother used to carry her pass, and if your pass doesn't have Section 10A, do you remember Section 10A? Section 10A, if you don't have Section 10A, you are out of the province. The story of my mother, when she told us that the police were staying then in Newlands, the police came and my mother's son just passed on. They came and demanded the pass to my father. My mother stood up and said, Nizombamba, nangu mntana ubhubhile. And we called 10 hours ago, nobody's here. And the police said, you can bury your own child. Take the child and bury your own child. That's the story that each of us have that we never talked about if you want healing. The theme of this conference will bring memories. Women will talk about issues. Yes, little abantu, somebody will ask, what little abantu's got to do with Isisele Senyathi? Because little silazi lithetha violence against women. How do you separate the two? Those women, as I said, they come to Little Abantu with their stories. Chair, I believe that the history starts with me, with you, and you, and you, and you. And if you want to do justice, our women should be proud of their history. Singasabi. I was telling Sis B asking me ukuthi why ngihamba ngentonga. Ngithi I did a knee replacement. But when this happened about 30 or 35 years ago, ngishaywa ngamaphoyisa, they told me, the hospital said to me, now it's okay, but as you grow older, you're going to suffer. So those are stories that our own children don't talk about. We don't share the stories with our children. Remember, in the olden days, we used to sit around the fire or around the primer stove, those who were there, Nembaula. And there was a time when kuthiwa ngamabali, everybody would go and sit next to the radio and listen to amabali nentsomi. What happened to that? Children were not using iPhones. Today, you tell your child is cooking and she's busy listening and cooking, and then ukudla kuyasha. Earphones, and she's cooking. Anything could happen, agezwa nantoni na. And there was a time, round about 6 o'clock, kukho nento ethi imipanga. Do you still remember that? Imipanga. When you switch on the radio, our parents will listen that, oh, so-and-so in Matatiel, pass on. That's how they used to spread the message. And also through songs. That's how we used to send the message. Like the song I was singing, Yendithi Masibuye Lembo. That's how they used to send the message outside. Ukhanyo is here, will tell us, how do you link songs and the struggle? When umama umbona ukuthi wonwabile akazocula mane senze washing, and you will be singing our mothers, and because the pain yakhe uzama uyisusa. Now what we are saying as little abantu, Isisele Senyathi, starts not only with me, but her story, her story, her story, and your story as well. And we need our children to learn. When we say Isisele Senyathi, somebody asked me, why do you name it Isisele Senyathi? I said, it just came, I don't know from where. And if you believe to your ancestors and the rest, they come in different forms and they tell you what to do. Sometimes you might not know where it comes from, only to find out somebody, those who are saying from God, yes, and those who are saying the information comes from my ancestors. When I said Isisele Senyathi is for our grandmothers, our aunts, our sisters. That's the reason when I left CISB, the abusive situation, I said, I am not going to be like my mother, my sister, my aunt, my neighbor, my cousin. I will change the narrative. And this is why then we need also those stories of abuse. How did you manage to get out so that you can teach somebody else to say, you can live? It's a story that somebody can learn from your story on how to move from abusive situation to another level. Thank you very much. Mashiya mahle. Zinyanya nilile lantoni zinyanya. Zinyanya zam nilile buiswa zinyanya. Zintondi zenzile toni zinyanya. Zinyanya zam nilile toni ningavuka amadlozi kodwa dilile la. Zinyanya zam nilile toni zinyanya. Zinyanya zam nilile toni zinyanya. Izinto ndizenzile toni zinyanya. Izinto ndizenzile toni zinya. Enkosi. ufuna ndikiti sawukiti.
Thank you very much to Mandisa Mbonakali. We are going to be chatting to each other. We're going to remind each other of different things. But what is critical about the objectives and the objects of this particular partnership is that in looking for changes in the narratives, we need to acknowledge what Umandisa has said, that every woman has a story to tell from cradle to the grave, however short or long, but it emerges in the form of a memory based on which is our architecture of our lives and destinies. My story will influence my journey towards a destiny, my destiny. Fate will be determined also by what I'm seeing, experiencing, and hearing. Knowledge about every piece of information is critical. From our stories, mine, yours, and ours, lie and live the depth of experiences and knowledge that will take different forms as told by us and not by somebody else who tries to shape them according to their will and not based on mine, yours, our realities. Before we invite Ubulelwa Base to come to the stage, let us take you through to ordinary house rules. The bathrooms on your right-hand side, on my right, on your left, it's through this door. And for women, it's on my left and on your right. So we use these two exits, for women this side and for men this side. Although we have come to a stage that really we will not be having shorter men's queues when women are queuing for a long time. We are a liberal society. We can reasonably and responsibly share the resources. Okay. A request from the performances is that people need to switch off, put their phones on silent because it is affecting the acoustics when they are performing. Can we then request Bulelwa Base to come forward? Okay.
Ndingubulelwa kwaBase. Umamiya uGcwanini uSibewu. Umambathu uMashando. Ndingumzukulwana kaNobahle Priscilla Base. Nogogo Magimbatha. Ndiyintombi kaNobuntu Gqiba. Nomlamli Gqiba. Ndizelwe eSoweto. Ndakhulela kwaLanga naseGugulethu. Ndingumamiya uGcwanini uSibewu.
We are the same in every language, beautiful strangers almost in romance.
river crossing toward callings of our sympathetic resonance. With each uninterrupted thought, we stand a chance at getting it together. With every soul selling, we peep halfway into sunset as we collect souvenirs in moments of things impulsive. We dare not the hand of fate but master it, defy odds of adversity, brave faces at wartime, lay our lives beyond resounding acclaim, and so we reprise taking the plunge. We are the same in every language, beautiful strangers almost in romance, river crossing toward callings of our sympathetic resonance. With each uninterrupted thought, we stand a chance at getting it together. With every soul selling, we peep halfway into sunset as we collect souvenirs in moments of things impulsive. We dare not the hand of fate but master it, defy odds of adversity, brave faces at wartime, lay our lives beyond resounding acclaim. We are Africans, beautiful Africans, almost in romance, river crossing toward callings of our sympathetic resonance. With each uninterrupted thought, we stand a chance at getting it together. With every soul selling, we peep halfway into sunset as we collect souvenirs in moments of things impulsive. We dare not the hand of fate but master it, defy odds of adversity, brave faces at wartime, lay our lives beyond resounding acclaim. Dibulisa kwabadala, omama bam, the beautiful mothers of Africa, our sisters and daughters, our leaders. It is a thing of beauty. I'm speechless as I'm standing here because I'm in awe of the women that sit before me who have shaped the landscape of this country. It's true what Umamu Mandisa has said. Women have for the longest time been erased from history. And it is very important for us to affirm ourselves in not only private spaces, but also in public spaces, where the narrative of who we are as an existence of women, it needs to be changed by us. Akekho ozawusenzela. And I'm empowered to stand here as a young South African who is proud of my existence in this country and the contribution that I play as a South African, as a young South African. Ndithathe umzekelo komama bethu who have bravely fought during the struggle times of this country, but we never get to put them in a public platform where we acknowledge their contributions. And that is why it is important that this platform has been created for the narration of the woman's story to be preserved, our culture, our arts, and our heritage. Ndifuna ukuthi ndiyabulela bomama for the sacrifices that you have made for us, that we are able to stand here proudly as the young women that we are because we know from whom we come. Sifuna ukuthi kuni, we take the baton, silungiselele into yokubana imizamo yenu will forever be remembered through the music that we sing, through the stories that we tell, through the recitals of poetry that we have in private spaces to hold your truth. The truth which was bitterly denied by those who wanted to take the praise of the hard work of these women. So ndifuna ukuthi kuni namhlanje, ndifuna ukhumbula umama uSindiwe Magona, umama uGcina Mhlophe, kwakunye nomama uMadosini osaphila nangoku, opha kwalanga. These are the women whose stories we need to document. These are the lessons we need to learn from abazali bethu, okhokho bethu. Umama uMadosini edlala uhadi wakhe. We need to go into schools where we teach young people at primary school level, high school level, the beauty of our heritage. Singabi nantloni ukuthetha ulwimi lethu. Siqhayise ngokwazi ukuthetha ulwimi lethu. Noba ngamanye amaxesha siyalibhuda kuba we are born of these times. Siqhele ukhumsha, kodwa ke our heritage needs to be preserved in the manner in which I'm about to do. This is my story, which I extend to the rest of the women on this platform. The universe itches at the soles of her resilient feet with its persistent requests. Step by step, she treads tactfully towards the accomplishment of each without a sigh in sound. Even when her shoulders emulate the shape of her burdens, the corners of her eyes crease with a smile whenever she's greeted by the innocence of her kind. Her arms welcoming, her intellect provocative, her tongue gentles enraged hearts, and her beauty silencing. Grown men break into infant tongues in her presence. Clumsy over her supremacy, many have competed and all have self-ridiculed in a quest for her opulence, yet priceless is her worth. Her love is nothing short of God. She seeks connection with every soul she meets, found love first before knowing who she was. In random tragedy, she learns hard lessons through loss of many sentimentals, gains internal sharpening, and with life's surprising schooling, steps the world with a little bit of wisdom. Her footprints unravel mystery. Her word speaks comprehension, and her exchange revives consciousness like stitches in assembly on a quilt. Every encounter is history recorded as she journeys with all the living's aspirations, dreams their success, mourns their loss, cries their tears, and fights for the feeble-minded one's sanity. It is this essence of women that propels the world to dreams fulfilled, gives birth to characters of excellence, cultured minds, conquering attitudes, and celebrated spirits. Because hers has always been blessed with the power of building not only a home, but also a nation. She is the perfect poem poetry lovers seek. She is woman, a victor, not a victim. Uyinsika yesizwe. Amako.
Wow. Xa kunje bekudla ngokuthiwa mabayeyezele omama. Now, she has reminded us, Mandisa, of what happened in the then CPUT, is it in Woodstock? Is it Woodstock, Salt River? The one in town, District 6 one. I always have a picture where women from all over the world came together to stitch a quilt. A quilt with messages. Let us go back to basics. Take your needle, take your pin, send a message through the diagram that you can embroider there. Messages were hidden, imiyalezo ibifihlwa through that embroidery. You will tell your child, run away from here. This is the route that we have to go. Go down the river. This is the river. Without saying it, because you would be heard by the oppressors when giving orders. Khanyo, come and share with us. As an artist, the importance of using arts, culture, music in expressing your emotions, your feelings, as well as sharing your knowledge. Over to you, ma'am.
Sanbonani, good morning. My name is Khanyo Maphumulo, all the way from Durban, KwaMashu, eThekwini, eSinqawinqawini, kwaje, go to room, kaMshawuzaf. That's where I come from. Ngumaphumulo Mashimane Zulomkhulu sengolelweni wena wehla ngomzukulu wasale wabola abanye bebephuza emfuleni thina siphuza empompini uKhanyo is a young lady obuya kwaMashu who started singing at the age of 14. I joined Sarafina. I was still a baby by then, but I had to go and work and to support my family as I grew up in the two-roomed house. I wanted to make a change for my family, and wherever they are, I know they are so proud of me because I make sure that I built my mom's house from 2-room to 6-room. So that was an achievement for me. By then I was still 15. Yeah. And there are some challenges in the music industry. But for Tina, we believed to music. We are healer inside. You said you happy, you play that CD or your song on your phone, you feel much better. There are some songs when I played, like the late Fiso Ncwane, when I'm sad, I know that he will heal my soul. So for us as musicians to express ourselves, ukuthi siniculele, sinama challenges in the music industry. Recently, artists are dying left and right because we don't get help anyway. So yeah, I'm so emotional because we just lost each and every week we've been burying artists. Asithandi nathi ungasebenzi because at the age of 14 when I started working, I've never ngihlangane ne-challenge nje in my life. I'm 34 years in the music industry. I've been working for my family. But yeah, COVID is shaye sonke, not only the artist. But ubulelwa ukhulumile, and thank you Sithando Sam. We need to go to schools and teach abantwana kakhulu nje mina ngichallenge yilaba abancane who want me to sing to teach them iSarafina. I've been approach her wherever la ngihamba khona nje bavele bathi hallowed be thy name. Ngivele ngithi ngicela ukuma kancane sengiyicule for how many years this song. But it's where I started, and I'm so grateful to Mbongeni obhilivele kwitalente lam wangithatha ngina 14 wathi I will take you all over the world. For me, being kwiSarafina, I was not there in 1976. But there are a lot of tourists who came after saw iSarafina, who came to South Africa just to see Morris Isaacson High School, Tombstone Hector Peterson. So silethe a lot of tourists after they saw iSarafina. So I contributed a lot in South Africa. I hope one day no president uzo recognize ukuthi there were young kids abayeka isikole baya kwiSarafina bakhuluma overseas bathora. They deserve ukuthi nabo ba-honorwe. So I hope one day president uzosikhumbula nathi. The song, oh yes. Mamandisa, thank you so much for inviting me here. Though ngicishe ngangafika ama-flights, yeah. But ngiyabonga kakhulu, and to believe in my talent as well. Thank you so much. Mambata, Sisbata, my comrade. This song that I'm going to sing, I remember you gave me the money to do this song. And I will never forget that. What can you do a song for women so that when they listen to this song, they will say, yeah, Nam, I've been through this and that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The song, it's called Women Dignity. Yeah. Imsebenzi yabonakala. Yeah. Can I have volume, please? Can we start again? Wemyen wam, wemyen wami. I wanted to start another song.
You are a woman of strength, courage, and dignity. One who values herself and fights for what she believes in. A woman who will not give up on her dreams, regardless of how many obstacles stands in her way. A woman of strength and dignity, one who values herself and fights for what she believes in. A woman who will not give up on her dreams, regardless of how many obstacles stands in her way. She's a powerful woman, and she laughs without fear of the future. Ungumfazi onamandla, oyimbokodo. Wathinda abafazi, wathinda imbokodo. Oyimbokodo. Strength and dignity. A powerful woman. Without fear of the future. Ungumfazi onamandla. Onamandla. Oyimbokodo. Ukuhlupha kumele kumudukuzele phansi owesifazane. A sad true story is a young woman being absent from school or experienced the loss of human dignity due to the unaffordability of sanitary towels. Strength and dignity. a powerful woman, and she laughs without fear of the future. Ungumfazi onamandla, uyimbokodo, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo.
Thank you so much. Mambata. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. And the next song, it's called Khumbule Ekhaya. It talks to Obaba. You know, it's very sad to abantwana bethu because they suffer. You fight with your wife. I fight with my husband. But who suffered? The children. Ingane zingene kuma-drugs, teenage pregnancy, iloku iyaqhubeka. Especially ingane ey'nida, the boys, they need a father figure. If the father is not there, zizobuka kubani. They end up saying, yeah, my dad is not here. Let me do what I have to do. I'm doing what I need to do. You know, these kids of today, I'm doing what I have to do. So, but it's very sad. Bo baba, khumbulani emakhaya. Nikhumbula abantwana ukuthi i-fight yakho with your wife doesn't involve labeni balithe emhlabeni. Who's gonna be a light? Who's gonna be the next president? If abantwana bethu bangene kuma-drugs left and right. Khumbule ekhaya. I think I need to I'm taking off my shoes.
Kasalwa iqhawe lo baba mina.
Kumbuleka. Thank you so much. Thank you.
If we had insiba ngesibhabha sintingele ngaphambili kodwa insiba zihambe zinqunyulwe ngabo banamandla onqumula. If we had the means, Prof, colleagues, we could keep these sessions longer and longer. But it is not within our means and might. But listen to the messages. That is what we want to be recorded. If I can stand up and say, who was my father? My father was my grandfather, because this man called my father was nowhere to be found. Those are stories to be told. Those are stories to be told. What is interesting, thank you for the performances. I want just to, for 5 seconds, introduce to you the sequence of this particular conference. Every woman tells a story, however different, from one's corner and all that. The realization, sifumanisa into yoba, the way that we tell the stories tend to undermine our own realities because we want to please those and those. When Ukanyo was talking about 1976, we grew up in situations where even women tended to undermine others. Because you didn't march in 1956, Mebaleka, I never saw your picture, and those pictures, I never saw you. Who are you? I know those 5 ladies that are wearing green things. Who are you? And then 76, nobody was chased at Fort Hare by a dog and a baton. I'm proud to be on that. Because you were never captured by the camera then, you were not there. I want to be the heroine. And your role of distributing pamphlets at night, Mandisa, nobody mentions it. Those are stories. 1986, bars were being bent. Other people are still carrying, rubber bullets in their bodies because the cameras never captured them. Or their surnames are not like mine. They never get mentioned. This is quite important then to say, even those that are supposed to be known worldwide, they are not receiving the necessary acknowledgement. We take what is not necessary to build this nation and make it stories and news. Now we are getting to a stage where we say, tell it the way you know it, from the stage where you were playing a role, whether prominent or not. Move on to the influence that you have shared with others behind you. You've done a lot of work in your own corner, but we don't know about it. This conference is going to be sharing those experiences, giving us an insight as to what was done then, but that is not critical. What is going to be done about what was done then? We want to take that. We have got the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Umedembale Mbete, who's going to be bringing in different perspectives. I normally say, listen, take what builds you and work on it. Embrace it. Acknowledge the source of the lesson, where it comes from. That acknowledgement means a lot. Mebaleka, it's over to you. And as nobunalo nela kwikwitsha njengehlubi. Okay.
One of the things I know are not a strength I have is this thing called salutations. So, Dimi Apa on the protocols that were set by Uprof Nomandisa Nawe Mpatiteko. I decided that I have to discipline myself. I just turned 70. Well, there was a debate at my house about what was happening. Then my husband took me through a mathematical trip, and he explained that tomorrow you are finishing 73 years. Wow. You embark on the 74th one. Oh, okay. So I know dingathetha kutshonilanga. So I decided to sit and write what I need to say, to try and manage that. So unqande xa uqonda ba ngathi she's carrying on and on. I wrote this before I left my house yesterday. I must tell you, Mandisa, I'm so proud of you. I don't have words to say it, sis. Isisele Senyathi. I was fascinated by this name. And thank you for it. And I know it's not yours. I know where it comes from. for this appropriate gift at this point in our history. I could carry on about this point in our history. And what comes tumbling out of my head are scenes of students grappling with this point in our history, tackling the roads must fall theme, and putting the theme of decolonization. For me, I watched almost every minute of how they marked the end of the Queen's life. For me, it was just a very interesting set of images in front of me to watch. And one of the things my comrade raised with me in the morning yesterday was define illiterate. And I was, well, if you say a person is illiterate, you must first have taken a position wena, and then you then in your eyes see that person as illiterate. My answer was a roundabout one, because indeed I believe I've worked with people who didn't go to school, but who know a lot about what they know, which you don't know. I want to say, Makoskazi, the depth and clarity of the lessons we actually absorb from our individual paths in life only get illuminated in silences. This is a message I got. Before I left the noise and clatter of where I used to work here in Cape Town, this message came to me when I was in Johannesburg, and it was very firm. You will only get to grasp the depth and clarity in silences. My own implementation of that in life is to create those silences. Because you know how in our lives we've made a habit of having the radio on. As soon as you are up, you have to catch the news. So you end up listening to radio the whole day or TV. But there are just days when I need those silences. Then I find that I hear things that otherwise the radio and the TV will never allow you to hear. My personal journey in life is but only one example for others to observe, like we are going to hear today. And we each must take what works for us and keep on moving as we proceed with this thing called life, which actually defies being boxed into an academic definition. This thing called life. My humble contribution to this inaugural gathering of a special sector of society must start, if for nothing else, just for what we listened to Mandisa this morning unpacking before us. We've got to say, not only to her, but to all women here, coming from different communities, different cultures, different age groups, different backgrounds of all sorts. Congratulations for being who you are. Congratulations for a job well done in the quest for human development, for being the trustworthy backbone of real progress in the ongoing struggle for a better future. You know, because women don't have to have titles to do things. Now, I bring myself to you in the form of what I call a three-legged pot. My family comes packaged in the midst of time, and one of the most poetic descriptions of moments in their wanderings and migration crisscrossing the African continent. And I suddenly heard this from one who was sitting at the same table as myself, but would later not recognize what we heard coming from his mouth, who said, "Naba laba bantu, a large body of humans on foot. In front, they drive elephants. Bahamba neindlovu phambili. Neenkomo zikhona, kodwa kuhamba indlovu phambili. Who says we didn't know animals and how to live with them? The archive is there. I come from Amahlubi. I firmly adhere to my identity as Mahadebe. My second family is the ANC, the African National Congress. I was a young girl in the township of Kwamashu when I started to make my way into political consciousness because of how my day-to-day reality presented a series of questions which only in later life have names attached, like prejudices. Ukwazi ukuthi mawuphuma endlini ekhaya, the road ahead, if you are going to town emakethe, is a battleground. Uyabikelwa nje mawuphuma ekhaya. Uye esitimeleni, uzongena esitimeleni, there's some guy who must come confident, feeling that they have the right to approach you the way they approach you. And it always made me wonder as a young girl, why do they have this confidence? Well, we now have names like sexism, we know. And you would go on to town, and I now, with hindsight, recognize through words like racism what that experience used to be. I never forget a day I walk into a shop and I want to buy a Bermuda. Yes, Dr. Bermuda. This beautiful gray Bermuda. And this man behind the counter says to me, it's too expensive. And I wonder, who told him I can't afford it, or I don't know the price, because I've been looking already. So after time, with some similar, not the same, but similar experiences, I now look back and know it was the manifestation of racism. As now we give meaning to programs we adopt in pursuance of a better life. My last 5 decades has been a very hectic time of these programs that As a young person, most of my better years were spent in those spaces, whether inside or outside South Africa, but it's been a hectic 5 decades. My third leg, which is the one now I'm very firmly not going to be convinced I have to retreat from as I'm approaching the door in the post-NEC era, beyond December, when I will finally take responsibility for my daily activities and choices. When I will now be able to go to grandparents' activities at schools of my grandchildren. Agcina ubona ubaba waseSoweto odumile osishiye ngiyacabanga beku 2 years ago Maponya at the schools of my grandchildren, but his great-grandchild. And we had a lovely chat. And I thought to myself, I've been missing this. So it's a period I look forward to in terms of its possibilities and expansion of that space. I will now be able to dispense little wisdoms and truths as determined by my grandchildren's amazing probing questions. Abazukulwane izinto abazibuzayo these days. Of course, the second area I relish is with my fellow traveler of choice, who is the most consistent partner in the business of ongoing commentary on subjects of our current realities, which range from the branch politics, how the branch leadership are consistently, in spite of my whatever over the years, not inviting me to meetings. And I guess it's a trend that started when umfana lo segqoka ama-overall abomvu wayesase leader we youth league. That culture started there, became a trend. Ukuthi asibizwe ema-meeting. We are an inconvenience. So, but the other day they invited me and then announced that they had just been elected in the early hours of the morning to a BGM. They had not invited me. But being invited for a meeting, and of course, you know, reports they were giving to me were amazingly exciting, and in the process I forgot how angry I was with them. So the subjects we tackle with my fellow traveler of choice extend from that branch level to how happy we are when we see Naledi putting the position of South Africa at the UN. And they consistently say, we are not, what do they say? Would they say we are partial? But no. Tina was saying, you don't need to choose either of the two sides. You need to be on the side of enabling them to talk to each other and to stop fighting. Fighting has never built anything. There's no mother ozeleyo who likes war. So I believe that as women, we have a natural side that we belong to, and that is the side of life. The life that we bring onto this earth. And it will always be like that. Hence, we believe in the correctness of the ANC position. That let us take responsibility to enable these two sides to come and talk to one another and find solutions to their difficulties and move forward with building life. Akho muntu othanda ukuthi athwala umntwana for 9 months esiswini. The next thing, umntanakho is going to be a target of somebody's bullet. Why? Because the imperatives of the military-industrial complex drive the politicians in the USA and in the Western world. Thina donate abantwana so that this sort of agenda, which is a deliberate agenda, so that they can manufacture and sell weapons. And they decide nobody else must die from their own country. So America is not going to go and fight there, but these ones must fight. And they choose a side and want all of us to fall in line. It will not happen, not according to South Africa, under the ANC guidance. And I am part of that ANC mna. I believe that, and I was saying this to Prof. Ndingena Upper this morning, that my contribution to a session that will come much later, unfortunately, when I'm gone, 2 days from now, is one that will probably be forward-looking about the future of Isisele. I think this is a great contribution to the education, bigger education, debating and planning and restructuring and figuring out healthier ways within the broader theme of decolonization. When we say we are now in a moment when we deliberately, consciously are getting back on track, reclaiming ourselves. Sizikhumbule ngoba singabasembo. Kwakunjani embo? Mna, in the past 30 years, through the guidance of the spirit of a woman in whose womb I lay for 9 months, she didn't come from where she is lying now, which is in a province called Eastern Cape. She came from Limpopo, Butokwa. Liapa. That's where she came from. She has been with me since day one I came to South Africa after a decade and a half of exile. She was the last person with whom I knelt kwamashu. Can you? Sathandaza. Mhla ngizohamba. We prayed with my mother. She did come out to see us, but by the time I came home, she had been buried, already 4 years. But she comes to me every time with a reassuring, silent message that I'm here. Don't worry. All is in order. And yet, everything else that was happening was very confusing. Nothing was as confusing as a message that comes in the silence when you are awake. Not when you are sleeping, then you can dream. I also dream. But not dreaming. That says you must do something that you never did as you grew up, or you never experienced your family doing as you grew up. Anyway, on the 16th of June this year, which was my mother's birthday, it's not only Youth Day, it's my mother's birthday, I had a great celebration of the culmination of a 30-year journey that, with her guidance, I had come through. Mandisa will know some of the moments. It's only in the beginning of this year that the streams seem to be coming together. When I get a letter from the ANC headquarters that says, go get a group of people from the Limpopo health traditional practitioners and lead Mupaso ceremony. And I say, what is Mupaso? Fellow traveler says, let's check the internet, and we check, and indeed, kuthiwa hayi ukuphahla. Oh, okay. As the ANC is celebrating its birthday, we had to do this thing at 6 a.m. outside and speak to the spirit world, because the founders of the African National Congress were traditional leaders in the 1800s who started the discussions about the formation of the ANC. Not laba abasebe faka amasuit befaka amaqhina behlabenyuka beya eEngland beya ku Queen. Not the one who just passed on. So, in my 30-year experience, I also have had the occasion to have a spiritual advisor from Iran who lives here in Cape Town, who would be flying to Johannesburg, and somebody talks to her, and by the time she gets to me, she says, who is Bungane? I said, Bungane. Bungane. That's a very senior traditional leader in the history of the ANC, of the Mahlubi. And it is as she was unpacking what would be happening in the room, Msamo, she would be saying, so-and-so is here, so-and-so is there. And then one day they said, O.R. Tambo is here. He has joined us. So if you think Brawili, because he was a member of the Communist Party, and Brawili was a professor and a well-known artist, you should have been there when he came through. Engadle inkobe zamuntu. Madam Chair, these stories will have time and space and we will continuously interact and remember and reclaim the depths of our heritage, because there's nothing wrong with our heritage. There's nothing wrong with our culture. There's nothing wrong with the way our ancestors did things. We were programmed by those who came and said they had come to civilize us, to look down on that which is us. And we would like younger generations to now remember the way getting back on track to who we are. Thank you, Makoskas.
Masibulele kumama Baleka Mbete. As we were preparing the journey, you know, xa nincokola, there is something that we forget to mention that has played a critical part in our lives, shaping who we are, is spirituality. These are the stories that we have to tell. Let's not confuse irreligion with spirituality. You know, you'll find umama ati ndibene sixth sense. Spiritual being within you will tell you when you're doing something wrong. It will guide you. Don't go out. Don't go this direction. Now, we don't want to listen to those things because they're so pagan. They're so heathen. And all that. Those are stories that will continue sharing and interrogating as to how much they mean in terms of the lives of the women. In the history, your African women, how much does spirituality mean? Let us welcome Minister Sthembi Sonyoni, who's a Minister for Women and Youth in Zimbabwe. As Umandisa has mentioned, Umandisa has traveled a long journey with Yena. You can wonder, if you can just casually ask yourself, where were her children as she was globetrotting? But the fruits of your globetrotting, Mandisa, need to be seen through the photographs that are out there. She will remember this was training in Ghana. She was paying, you know, in one other country that I'm not mentioning because of a missing page, $20 because there was a missing. Those are stories she has to tell. Because she was not from there, she was taken to be sampled. And then they were demanding the missing page before you proceed from this corner to that other corner in the same. Those are the stories that we're talking about. Let us welcome Mama Sthembi Sonyoni, who's a sister who is everything. If you see the program, they've been paid. They are in the pictures, in the life of Ilitha Labantu, in their different, you know, capacities. If we could sing your song, Mama Sthembi, so we could. But unfortunately, you know, we are challenged in that. If we could sing something, just your song, and then we will join you.
Zenzele, 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 tina siya zenzela,
Zenzele. Zenzele. Tina siyazenzela. Unjalo. Vilala asiwafuna mavila. Asiwafuna mavilala. Tina siyazenzela. Funa mavilala. Funa mavilala. Funa mavilala. Tina siyazenzela. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Bayongene parliamente. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Ayaduma makhosikazi. Ayongene parliamente. Siyabonga. Siyabonga. Ngizizwa ngisekhaya. Ingoma le ngayifundiswa size sibe seDurban. Yeah, Rural Women's Congress. Siyabonga kakhulu. I would like to recognize a lot of people, but like my sister, so that I don't forget anyone, let me write on the protocols that already have been observed and say that it really was such an honor to be invited to such an auspicious conference. And for you to see the importance that we put to it, I'm here with the representative from my embassy, the consulate representing the embassy in Cape Town. If she could stand up so that you see her. She is here accompanying me, and that's how much we put importance to the women's issues. Thank you, my sister, for taking your time to be here. Chaizo. So, you know, we have come a long way with the Ilitha Labantu. And we have come a long way with the women's movements and the struggle for South Africa. As my sister Mandisa said, my house was one of the houses that was hiding Mkhonto wesizwe koBulawayo. That's where I met some of you. I had a house at Trinans, and then I'm sure you remember that that house was bombed, and one of you lost their legs and arms and so forth. So we have come a long way as two nations. Allow me, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to register my pleasure and gratitude for the invitation to be part of this auspicious occasion on discussing on African women's history. And this really is long overdue, because women have done so much, and yet for a long time, their efforts have been buried and forgotten. Indeed, as Africans, we cannot talk of African history without talking of African women. The history and the struggles of African women came a long way
After the partitioning of Africa by our colonizers into 53 member states, revolutions erupted in most African countries, and women fought side by side with men in liberation struggles. But women were not recognized as equal partners. Throughout Africa's history, women were critical problem solvers, leading militaries during and the pre-colonial period, freedom fighters during independent movements, transitional leaders during post-conflict periods, and leaders during some of the worst economic, political, and health crises of the 21st century. In the African history, women were only associated with taking care of households and babies. For centuries, men considered women to be less intelligent and of lesser gender, primarily to be caregivers of the elderly and children in every African country. Traditionally, women faced a lot of struggles, especially in perspective of equality with men. Most of women of African society are patriarchal in nature, which and gender inequality is entrenched in our social structures. Attitudes that women are not equal to men and are inferior to men permeate our society. The exploitation of African women is even more intense, due largely to the legacy of the Western imperialism, which culminated in economic dependency and crisis. Also, the economic and political structural changes introduced by colonial powers and later imposed by international lending and development agencies further widened the gender gap in our African countries. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, to note that the problems of women since independence are a continuation of policies and forces established during the colonial era. Despite women's contributions to the struggles for political independence and rhetoric in favor of equality for all, the new African states and social organizations are mainly Africanized replicas of their colonial predecessors. Not only that, the conditioning of women to take the back seat in every aspect of their life was perpetuated, with women not being given equal recognition. But I'm very happy, ladies and gentlemen, that despite all these setbacks, African women have emerged as some of the strongest in the planet. We have had a lot of setbacks, but we have emerged as some of the strongest. Against all odds, they have made it to the top. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. In their field of work, and they are found in every field, every sector, and in every African country. What we now need to do is to build on this initiative which Ilita, Labantu, and partners have started. We need ladies to start documenting and celebrating and writing the achievements of women and their stories. And I think, let me now really get to mentioning a few of these people. Because as women, we have done so much. We in Zimbabwe, we used to look up to South Africa because you had vibrant women, and you still do. And fortunately, lathi siyalilande namakhosikazi. And if you look in every African country, there is really a lot of women that are of note. Let's look at Kenya. That we had Mama Wangai Maathai, who won a Nobel Prize just by simply looking at the environment and growing trees and making sure that deforestation doesn't take place in her country. If we look back here, back home, we have very great women, some of whom are in this room. And I think let's clap hands and really celebrate them. We have my sister, Balega Mbete, who has just been talking to us, who was the former vice president of a nation. It's not easy to get to that level. So let women like that write their story so that at least the women who follow will know what they've gone through. We have got Ms. Thandi Modise also, the Minister of Defense, and we also in Zimbabwe have got the first woman of defense, Honorable Opam Chinguri. And we have also among us here, Constralesa, the traditional leaders organization. All those are women, ladies, who have made it. And we need to note and learn from them. And we have my sister Batabile Dlamini here, who also was the former Minister of Social and the president of the ANC Women's League. And you know, the leagues in any party are very important, the women's leagues, because without them, our parties wouldn't stand. Women do a lot of work. And also we want to welcome our Queen, Katrina, who is also here among us. But also my sister Mandisa, the founder of this organization. We have heard what has been said about what she has done. And I want really to recognize all of you ladies. I think the fact that we have looked back and we want to situate the lessons we have learned from what we have come through, situate them so that our young people can learn from them. I remember my sister Mandisa organizing a rural women's conference in Durban. And that conference brought humble rural women from all over Africa. I remember I brought 2 buses myself from Zimbabwe. And those women have never been the same. And today we are here gathered, you know, to start a new chapter, a first conference on African women's history. And it is very, very, it is a great initiative. Because when we really look at it, African women have made it to the top politically. And yet very little is said and celebrated. I hope this conference we're going to start a new chapter. And I'm glad we have got a vice chancellor here. I would like us to start a research and documenting the next conference. We should be giving awards to the women whose history is now written, being assisted by your university. We will be happy to cooperate. Let us look at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who became the first president of woman president in Liberia. And it was against all odds. I remember, I'm sure Mandis and some of you were there in one of the UN conferences. She used to work for the UN. And we were encouraging her to go and stand. And when she stood, she lost a little. There was to be a rerun. You'll remember how we put some monies together to go and help her. And then she won and she never looked back. So it takes all of us helping each other to get where we need to get. Let's also look at Joyce Banda, who became a president of her nation, and she's still very active. And we also have Ethiopia, we have a woman president, and in Tanzania, we have a woman president. So all these are indicators that as women, we really can make it to the top. But are we documenting the way, the path in which, or the experiences, so that young girls can learn from us? And also the vice presidents of nations. We have one here, a former vice president of South Africa, our sister, Baleka Mbete. How many of us in Zambia or in Malawi really know about how she got where she got? We also have Phumzile Ncukamlambo, who also ended up going to the UN as UN woman head. We have Joyce Mjuru in our country, who also became a vice president. All those women, ladies, need to be celebrated because it's not easy to get that far. Our African women have challenged and sustained lives in ways unimaginable. In Zimbabwe, for instance, when we look at the academia, we have two women who started universities. One was the last Primrose Kurasha. She started a distant university. And do you know, she is one woman who encouraged me at my age to study. And I got my PhD in 2018 because of her. And also we have Hope Sadza in my country who started a women's university. She has retired, but we have a university that focuses on the growth of women. Here, ladies, we are about the history of African women. And sometimes we forget that history is being written every day. And we think that history is about looking back and then documenting the past. History is about documenting the present so that the future can learn what their past was like. We shouldn't leave everything to research. So these are the women that really have started academic institutions in my country. And I'm sure you have heard of our First Lady. Our First Lady, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, she's one of the First Ladies that is doing amazing work. She doesn't sit at State House. She has gone very far into the far end of our country to really fish out the undocumented and the excluded communities. She has brought them to be part of our society. And I think we have many more examples of such women who have won Nobel Prizes and they've won awards here and there. But we need now to start organizing and celebrating and giving awards to each other as African women. That is lacking. And I remember when I won my alternative Nobel Prize in Sweden, and I really was celebrated by a lot of you ladies, and that is heartening. And let me just correct one thing. I'm not a Minister of Women and Youth. I'm a Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. And in my role as a minister, I have seen in this role a lot of disadvantaged individuals and groups get out of poverty because of the work that is done at micro, small, and medium enterprise businesses. Our president is very keen that no one should be left behind and no place should be left behind. And as we do that, let us be encouraged to document what we see women do at every level, including at grassroots level. And I was pleasantly surprised, maybe not surprised, but very happy last month when one of our research institutions called Zimstat published a report which was saying, despite our country being under sanctions, despite the challenges we are facing, under my Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises, we have managed, through women and disadvantaged individuals, to create over 5 million full-time jobs. And that is no small task being achieved by people that usually are excluded from the mainstream economy. So our president's mantra that we should include everybody really has something. In Zimbabwe, we have also seen women break the professional glass ceiling. We have women that have made it as pilots, as engineers, and we have also between 15 and 20 women in Zimbabwe own their corporate that have even gone global. But I know that South Africa has done maybe better than this. We have to continue to support women in every sector and write their history and write their path. We also have women that have gone into the army and have done very well there. I cannot, ladies and gentlemen, conclude without talking about today's youth and how the drug and substance abuse is not only affecting them, but also affecting mothers and their families. And the more traumatized to mothers is when their daughters are affected. And therefore, ladies, let me say, one of the reasons why I really admire this vision of documenting history is that our young people today have no mentors. They have no role models. They no longer write or read books. They are on social media day in, day out. And that is what is influencing them more than writing and reading books. So ladies, as mothers, we need really to do this, to take this conference seriously. And to start encouraging our children to read and write stories. Why don't we ask, instead of our children spending all the time on the social media, but ask them to write stories about their grandparents. Where have your grandmother come from? What have they done? And let some of these stories be shared. I know it's more easily said than done, but my sisters, we have to start. Our children have no role model. Our children lack reading of what others have done before them. Our children lack mentorship. And having said that, I'm really happy to note that despite all this, we need to celebrate small achievements. There are some of the young women that have taken over the baton stick of their mothers who started organizations, and the daughters are taking the baton stick. Let's support them. Let's support those. And an example, I was in Malawi, and I was talking to the former President Joyce Banda. She started an organization, and now her daughter is running that organization. And here, Ilita Labantu, I know also Ella is helping her mother to run that. Whatever we are doing, and in Zimbabwe, I started an organization, and my daughter, I hope she's here. Is she here? There she is. Stand up, Mvuse. Yes, that's my daughter there. She is running the organization that I started. You know, what I'm finding to be powerful about this is that the girls then know that our mothers can do this. So can I. So I'm here to encourage all of us. It doesn't matter what you are doing. Don't look down at that. If you are a good cook, cook with your daughter. If you are a good speaker, speak with your daughter. If you are a good dancer, dance with your daughter. If you are a good singer, sing with your daughter. If you are a good writer, write with your daughter. You know what? Every mother feels so good because we look up to our daughters to support us when we grow old. And also for them to teach their daughters on what came before them and before their mothers. So for me, my sisters, I have no words to thank the organizers of this workshop, because it is a conference that is really going to take us back. But more so, it is a conference that is going to help us connect the past, the present, and the future. And I don't know if I'm communicating to somebody about this. Because really, I need to communicate this very strongly. If we are women of integrity, if we are women who have made it to where we are, otherwise all of you wouldn't be here today. Imagine all you have done in life being erased because no daughter is there to take it up. Because no one has written about it. Because no one has documented it. And in Zimbabwe, we have excellent diplomats that are women. And we need to write the story of our excellent women diplomats, our excellent women business women, our excellent social workers, our excellent entrepreneurs. Whatever field you find yourself in, What this conference is saying to me is that document and leave a paper trail for generations to come. Let me end by thanking all who have put this event together and hope that a follow-up fund can be put together to start documenting and writing women's stories and recognizing them and their contribution to our society. I was going to call upon all of us here to say, let us put our mouths or whatever, our hearts, whatever they say, so that if we imagine if all of us here were to contribute $50 or 500 rand towards a start of a fund to research and document on women. That would then say to outside funders, here we are committed to this initiative. And I think, Vice Chancellor, it's worth thinking about that. Please put a fund and call upon some of us as women to make a contribution, and then let us document the stories of African women. And please teach them at university. Teach those stories at colleges, at schools, so that our girl children are inspired. Because for now, they are lonely and they don't know whether they are coming and going because of this drug abuse. They need us, their mothers, to hold their hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tembiso. I will have failed myself if I don't mention that we are so despondent to such an extent that we can't even sing those songs that we used to sing. What is it that we like to throw? Why do we want to throw away, some of the traditions? Why have we given up that spirit? Personally, I'm not yet free for me not to sing that Ndifuna Parliament. Women have to go to Parliament. I'm still saying it now and then and all that. But I don't want to be heard, Mamu President, where Women's League, but I don't want to be seen and heard singing that. I want to sing it like this. Let us stop it. As part of our history, song and poems were expressions of our emotions and feelings. Have our emotions died? Mine has not died. By the end of this conference, we want to see paper trails, t-shirt trails, duke trails. Bring them because they remind us of certain incidents. Those stories need to be told. A request is that all the people that have been part of the speakers, could you please share your papers, rough, formal and everything? Please share it with us because they have to form part of the history of this first conference. Next year, we want to display them as exhibits because these are the people that said this. The second thing, as part of our tradition as Ilita Labantu, we want to document the faces and the bodies. We want the world to see out there. These are the soldiers in the journey of revitalizing the history of African women. We would like us to be organized for a group photo before we break for tea, because that is very critical. And even the university will display this because it is a historical event. In fact, it's not even an event, it's a historical beginning of a journey to bigger things. And can we then request the photographers and everybody that can capture to rearrange us before we break for tea? Because there are people that are going to be leaving earlier, we would like them to form part of the picture. Divoka ucule.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you all step outside for the picture, please? The camera guy is ready for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. No. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I ask that because I'm the person who is standing between everybody and lunch, can we please, people who are outside the room, can we please come in and can we start? Okay. I'll wait for Mama.
thank you. You just saved the day. I can't sing. So we were faced with a serious disaster. So thank you again. Because I can't sing. I can't sing, ma'am. So they saved the day. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. My name is Nandim Sezane. I'm usually here with my mother. Today she's not with us this week. She's unwell. Umam Tapsilem Sezane. I'm very fortunate to have grown up within this movement. I was always one of the ones, Noella, under the tables when Obomama were strategizing. And so we keep on learning. I also feel very, very privileged to have been asked to moderate this session with Oma Katrina, our living legend, for many reasons, one of which is Ukuti, I was raised by my great-grandmother. Unfortunately, my grandmother passed before I was born, but the story is always told, Ukuti, when my mother, who was the only girl among 6 boys, had her first child, which is not me, my great-grandmother said to everybody in the family, Utapsile has a child now. And it took my mother long to get children, even though she had children within marriage, because that was a big thing back then, right? So when my mother finally had a child, she was like, if you are all still giving birth, don't rely on me. Utapsile has a child now. So I feel very privileged to moderate this session because I get to do what I used to do as a child. Sit at my great-grandmother's feet and listen to her tell us stories. Tell us stories around the fireplace, more the welcome over, home at night. So as you see, we've moved the chairs down because we were very cognizant Uguti Oma Katrina would be challenged to go up the stairs. So don't be surprised if not all of you can see me. I will be sitting at her feet, listening to that which she's going to share with us today.
Hoe ek kinders my saamroep net my stem kom optel dat ek net my stem bietjie reg kry. So ek gesê hoor. Wat hulle nog ek wil hê maar nog kom. Die alle mense verstaan die lied wat praat hy, wat sê. So los die Engels. Los die Engels. Die Engels was nie ons taal nie. Sing ons taal. En jy nou klaar is hier is nog een suster wat hom wil nog hê, maar jy sing so 'n paar keer en daarvan af sia sasuka.
Sia, au sasutwa. Sia,
Au sasuka. Unike ni mubua. Unike ni mubua. Unike ni mubua. Unike ni mubua. Sia, au sasuka. Sia, au sasuka.
Nunike,
Unike ni ngubua, unike ni ngubua, unike ni ngubua, unike ni ngubua. Sia, au sasuka. Sia, au sasuka. Sia, au sasuka. Unike ni ngubua, 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 unike ni ngubua. Sia, au sasuka. Sia, au sasuka. Weka nte uniki. Weka nte uniki. Goeiemiddag, broers en susters. Almal, uniki. Weka nte uniki. Kijk eens. Maar ik cuma kijk hoe ze maar kijken. Ja, jullie zijn voor een makkelijk ken, want dat is makkelijk. Kijk uniki. Alle mensen.
So the greeting is for everyone, young and old.
Nanokawang kwa ngau. Akwa. Oh. Ja, ek kan nou 'n bietjie praat. Dima, nanokawang kwa ngau. Kwa. Wat ik kwaakie achter mij aan sê die kinders. Hulle sê alles, ek sê praat. Ek sê ek wil nou saam met die mense praat. So praat jy. So tolk nou sê hulle vir my tolk jy. Ek lag hulle uit. Dat is nie gehoor. Nou ek kom genoeg kwaakie, ek dink ek wil tou in kwaakie. Hulle het nog nie juis so geleer dat hulle aan die wat hulle gekry het. Hier kom Sanasiel nou vir my praat jy. Maar die my ken dit. En Charles. Maar hulle lyk my hulle is nou heel uit. Maar
So they're still learning.
nou
They are
my
still
mense-
learning.
My mense, ek weet nie wat moet ek vandag sê nie, gaan ek weer môre praat. Suster. As ek praat nou klaar, dan praat ek nie weer môre nie. Vra 'n bietjie vir hulle daar, gaan ek nou weer môre, iets
Die,
sê of
die,
was ek-
die versoek maar, Katrina, is dat u vandag 'n gedeelte van uself praat, dan môre 'n nog 'n stukkie en dan Vrydag dan oor die skool waar ouma Katrina vir hierdie spanne daar in die net so.
Okay, nou baie dankie my suster. Jy weet die Engels, die Engels. Hulle sê vir my daar en dan baie van die mense sê vir my daar my naam is Chelmet. Ek is Katrina Eso, maar my naam is Chelmet. Wat die mense sommer vir my daar roep. Die mense roep my daar so net, "Ouma Chelmet." Want hulle sê nie Geelmet nie, man. Toe die wat sê geel, die sê sommer ook geel. Nou, maar my boesman naam is Ngankusi. Ek het jou gesien kom. Ek het jou sien kom, Ngankusi.
Ngankusi. I've seen you coming.
As eintlik nie heb jou gesien kom nie, Ngankusi. Kyk, jy het gekom. Nou, dis my naam Ngankusi. Ja, sis. Nou maar, ek is vanmiddag hier om saam met julle te geniet en ook hoor. Weet die Engels is vandag so hoog in die hier, boog in die dak, dat die mense sal wat vir my sal dinge, hulle sal ook eens vir my, hulle ken net vir my so bietjie dan. Dan moet ek maar tevrede wees. Maar suster, hulle het baie hoog gepraat, maar dankie my mense. Dankie wat julle vir my gedoen het en wat julle vir my gepraat het en wat julle weet van my. Ek is baie bly, ek is dankbaar. Iemand het ek het nou die dag net so draai gery na 'n plekkie toe, so 'n klein plekkie.
She's very thankful for the opportunity that people are talking about her and that she's been brought here. She's been taken to a small place and she's thankful that some of the English is above her head, but she'll get there, and so will the ones that she has brought with her.
Nou, iemand het gister gebel en daar na my kleindogter toe. Hy sê, die taal, ouma moet die taal loop en hoe moet ek met die taal is bezig om dood te gaan. Ek moet die taal uitdra, ek moet die taal, vir die mense hoor, dat hulle leer, die wat belangstel, leer hem en so groei my taal. Nou, baie jammer dat ek self met haar gepraat het nie. Nou, 3 dae gepraat met saam my kleindogter, hulle 2 dae geredeneer, maar dat is nou daarom, maar dis wat ek sê, belangstellings. Mense wat belangstel kan dan die taal leer, as hulle die taal hoor.
So the language is busy dying out, and she's wanting to make sure that people know about the language and that the language are being taught. And so for us that is not aware of it, I've just been to Rimfasmark and it was so heartwarming to see. We don't understand the language, but I think it is important that if we want to close the gap on cultural diversity, we need to definitely get at least the little bit of understanding that she's wanting to share with the people of her culture.
So ek is trots op die taal, omdat my mense toe pastoor, president Mandela, hy het gebesluit, hy gee vir die Bushman se grond, En die paar bushmans wat daar loop bly, moet 'n taal hê. Hy het gesê, nie nama nie, maar die sekere nu taal.
So Mandela, when Mandela decided that the Bushmen need to have a piece of land and they need to have a specific language, and it shouldn't be Nama, because, I mean, a lot of people understand Nama,
Bushman.
but it must be their language, the language,
Bushman taal, die Bushman taal.
Busman taal.
Nou, daar was 'n paar bushmans. Ons was 20 daar op die grond. Maar daar was net 10 wat die taal gepraat het. En van die 10 het hulle gesterwe. Dat is net ek. Ek het 2 susters, maar hulle praat nie die taal nie. As net ek met die taal praat nog daar.
So there was only 10 that could talk the language and understood the language. And they've died out, and out of the 10, Ma Katrina is the legend. So we respect the legend we have in the house.
So ek is trots vir die taal en ek leer daar mense. Mense, ek leer daar kinders, groot mense wat wil leer. Nou, hoekom ek trots is oor die taal? Ek kan maar die taal gelos het hy gaan. Maar ek is trots om my grootjies se taal, my grootjies se grootjies, en my ma, my pa se taal, my oupa, my oumas, my aunties se taal, en ek het gebore in die taal en ek het hom gedrink uit die pram uit.
So I'm proud of my language. I've my great grandparents' language. And so for me it is a privilege to be able to teach this language to young and old, and even for us in the room to take note of the language, that she cannot allow this language to die out as if it's not a known language.
Nou, hoekom moet ek nog laat ander mense sê? Hulle soek die taal in die land. Dis mos nie reg nie. Mense, ek het dankie ek gehoor ek sal nog môre praat. Maar ek wil sê, ek het swaar groot geword. Ek het gebore toe ek begin sterk word. Begin 'n slim kind word. So sê maar hier van 5 af na 6 toe. Toe heb ek al agter my pa en my grootsusters het ons paskap, hulle paskap op saam met pa. Ek begin saam met hulle oppas.
Dis okay. Ek gaan dit summarize. Dan maak het veel makkelijker. Nee, ek gaan nie, want wat sy nou gesê het, I think what she just said, it is important, but I think we can capsulate the fact that to her, this language cannot just die. And there's a lot of people that is either ignorant of the language or doesn't want to accept the language. And to her, the importance of this language will be known for as long as she is still alive.
Nou, terwyl ek nou die taal, ek meen, toe ons die grond gekry het, dat los nou die stukkies wat ek môre praat. Toe ons die grond gekry het, toe begin ons met die taal. Maar ek bly in die dorp, die ander mense bly in die plaas. Van my susters bly ook in die dorp. Maar ek het sommer dae begin met die kinders. En 'n vrouwtjie kom by my, wat vir ons eintlik, hy was ons, sê maar die baas. Sy sê vir my, Tannie, julle wil mos die taal laat groei, so julle moet iets doen, dat die taal kan groei.
So she lived in the town and some lived on the farm. And then a woman came to her, almost like the in charge, and told her that they want the language to grow. So Katrina needs to do something about the fact that the language needs to grow. Ek dink Katrina moet net vir die gehoor sê waar vandaan u is en hoe jonk u is.
Hoe jonk ek nou is. Ja. Ek het nog nie, ons het in die Kalahari gebly. Ek het in die Kalahari gebore. Kalahari gebore. Ek het in die Kalahari groot geword. Dis waarom wat ek nie Engels ken nie. Hierdie Engels, daai ding wat ek nie Engels ken, want ek het nie in skool gehad nie. Niks. Ek het skaap opgepas. Nou, ek was baie jong toe ek skaap oppas saam met my pa.
So she's from the Kalahari, and for those that don't know, the Kalahari is about 14 hours drive from where we are. You get the green Kalahari and you get the dry Kalahari. And at the moment, it's scorching. So Uppington is the closest town to the Kalahari. So if you're in the Kalahari and it gets Eskom, they don't feel it. They know it.
Nou, ek het nie lekker groot geword nie. Juist daai wat ek so saam met my pa, wat ek met so saam met my susters skaap oppas. As nie lekker nie, daar wat ons 'n bietjie pap eet, dan gaan ons veld toe. Daar wat ons net 'n bietjie dik melk drink. Ons het swaar gekry, maar my pa het skaap opgepas. Ek het gekom, dat 6 jaar daai. Toe ek so 7 jaar na 8 toe. Toe was dit die ou boer wat vir my die naam gegee het van Geelmeid. Hy het vir my ma goed gesê, as ek sterk word, as ek groot word, dan kom vat hy vir my dat ek vir sy vrou wil werk. En ons bly op 'n ander plaas, maar hy kom toe daar. Nou daar waar ek so swaar, waar ons so swaar kry. Hy sit by sy broer, by sy suster, wat ons bly, wat pa nou by sy man werk. Toe kom vader ou boer my daar, lo werk ek in die kombuis. En die kombuis, klein, hierdie vloere, ek kruip die vloere op my vloere, ek was die vloere, ek polish die vloere, ek vryf die vloere met 'n handborsel, wat nie lekker is nie.
So at a young age, 7 going on to 8, the farmer came and took me to be his maid, or their maid. And it wasn't an easy life. It was a life of when there wasn't food. Thick milk, amazi, was what they lived on. The most challenging times were the times when she was still a child needing to grow up, but she had to scrub the floors because of the farmer.
Toe ek daai skaap opgepas, ek meen toe ek daar gewerk. Ek het gewerk tot ek groot word. Nog 15 jaar is loop my pa my. So 'n jong meisiekind. En ek het net 'n man by die huis gekom bly. Toe moet ek by daai ou nooi loop werk. En daai ou nooi. Sy kos. Hy gee vir my nou Sondagse kos. Gee vir my. Nou moet ek al eet, partykeer as ek honger eet ek, al sien ek ook die kos, trek draad of alles blou, ek maak net so en dan eet ek, dat my mag kan iets kry.
Guys, this is very difficult. because it's real stuff. And it's a lived reality where she was fetched by her father when she was 15, and then she went and worked for somebody else, and she got food that was days old. It was food that at times she saw wasn't good to eat, but because of her hunger, she ate it anyway.
Ja, dat is nog die ou boer. Voordat ek nog by sy stad ek wil kom werk het, het my so sleg kos gegee. Dat ek nog by die ou boer, hulle het nou kos gegee, maar as eindelijk hy wil gestart het, dat die taal moet doodgaan. Van ma werk toe nog by sy vrou in die tyd. Daar kom ons, as ons honger is, daar hardloop ons boerhuis toe op soek kos. Nou praat ons praat net taal. Ek en my suster en die ander klein sustertjie. Nou sê ek vir Bet, kom, en mama nga ko ons ek presie. Roep vir ma dat het maak vir ons broodjie. Dan staan ek nou so eentjie, dan gaan Bet by die deur staan nie. Dan kom maar, sê maar, wat is dit? Jy moet weggaan van die boerehuis af. Dan kom daar ou boer. Net in die gelyk in tyd. Jy, wat soek jy hier? Wat soek jy hier? Nou kom sê Bet, jong, hy koos gaan, ma het gesê, ons moet eers wag. Ma sal nou net die oenooi brood vra. Kom die ou boer. Wat soek jy hier? Wat soek jy hier? Kom weg hier so, gaan weg. Staan en praat hierdie lelike taal van julle hier so. Julle praat met julle lelike taal hierdie. Da lelike taal. Da holos net loop staan nou so eentjie. Da vra maar die brood ek gee, maar die brood sê, maar vat die brood aan, loop, gaan huis toe, moenie die boere huis toe kom nie. Da loop en praat ons nou, soos ons hier loop en praat ons, die boere sê ons taal is lelijk. Hulle se taal is dat sê ons, hulle se taal is ook net so lelijk. Maar dat is nou die Afrikaans. Nou, so het ek groot geword.
So where her mom worked at the farmer, it's the same person that wanted the language to die. And so in between them wanting bread from her mom that worked for the farmer's wife, they would speak the language in between. And the farmer rebuked them in his abrupt way that he could, asking them what they are coming to do there. And their mom being embarrassed by the fact that they are hungry and wanting bread, the mom also told them not to come when the farmer is around. They must rather go home. But the mom ensured that they have bread to take home with them.
So het het gemaakt dat ons beginnen groot word. Ek en Bet. Praat, nou speel ons met die ander kinders. Dat sê die ander kinders ook vir ons. Hoe jy nie weet wat se lelike taal praat julle? Sê loop. Dan patlei ons nou met hulle. Sê loop, dis die lelike taal is ons taal. Ja, maar julle taal is lelik. Dan patlei ons so met hulle. Maar dit het so gegaan. Dat die mense het net so gesterwe, die mense wat die taal gepraat het. En later het die taal ook maar net so weggeraak. Het ons so zwaar gekry, ons later nie meer taal gepraat het. Daarom kan my kinders die taal praat nie.
So the language was identified as a rude language, as a bad language, as a language that should not be used. And it's for that reason that the language faded and died, because people were not willing to speak the language because of the label attached to the language. And it's for that very same reason that her children are unable to speak the language, because it was identified as a bad, rude language. Ugly.
Ja nee, ek het so dat aangegaan. Toen ik bij zijn zuster gekomen werken, dan is het er met de laatste van kosten gekeerd. En zo had ik, dat is daar tijd. Want ik is maar een sterk meisje. Dat tijd wat ik die kost laat staan op die tafel. Laat hulle staan daar. Daar stree met mij. Kom vat ik die kost, kom eet ik die kost. Kom zeg ik, eet die kost is vrot. Die kost is vrot. Ja, jou ding is vrot. Geef me die kost, eet. En dan eet ik die kost. Dan zal ik misschien zomaar honger slaap of zo. Of maar die melk drink. En zo heb ik zwaar groot geworden. Wat is zwaar groot geworden? Kijk, die kinderen krijgen vandaag lekker. Alle krijgen vandaag lekker. Alle boeren zomaar, dat hulle sokketjes en dat hulle al klein schoentjes. Wordt zomaar met lap schoentjes gemaakt. Maar dan trek Nike goed aan en trek wat ze goeders aan. En ik heb die zo aangetrokken. Ik heb zwaar gekregen. Toen ik nou zo gaan groot word bij die boeren. Toen trek ik nou een beetje kleren aan. En toen ik nou 15 jaar was, toen trek ik nou daarom rechte. Ook niet rechte kleren. Dat was maar zo'n 100 pond zakje meel wat de mens gekregen heeft. Die zakje, die nooit kook, die zak. Netjes eten ons, maar die zak dat met ons zullen nog uitkoken met die lucht. Uitwas. Dan vat je maak je voor ons rokken, skirtsen, flairrokken. Nou is het ook zo erg voor dans. Ons is zo'n flairrok gekregen, ons lopen draaien net kort. Die rok zo'n beetje waai. Zo is ons groot geworden. Mijn ma goed zijn kinderen. En dat kreeg nou nog vandaag zo zwaar. Nou nog, ik heb dat schooltje gemaakt, niet meer een schooltje historie zal ik morgen praten.
So life was very hard, very difficult. And it's still difficult. The food was left on the table and I left it there because I wouldn't eat the food. And the lady would swear at her because she didn't want to eat the food. And she just decided, but she's not going to eat this rotten food and just leave it where it was placed for her to eat. And so she was young. You know those flour bags, the Hessian flour bags in their days. So their clothes was made of the Hessian flour bags. I don't like it until today because of the history that we don't know. So those Hessian bags was cut neatly into flare dresses, and that is what they got. She was kind of proud about it because they would dance around because it was flare. But that is what was made for them as clothes, was from that 25 kilogram Hessian bags.
Nee, nou was erg. Nou, los ik daar nooit. Toen werk ik bij zijn schoondochter. Toen werk ik nou daarom zoals een rechte mens. Ik ken mijn tijd, jij ken tijd wat ik uitval, ik ken tijd. Wanneer is het middag, wanneer is het watertijd. Daar heb ik gewerkt. Toen 16 jaar, ik heb over 16 jaar nog daar gewerkt. Ik heb maar lang daar gewerkt. Maar 16 jaar toen ik een jong meisje word. Maar toen ik ook net gelopen keer bij de huis voor een maand, verlof daarom gehad. Toen loop raak ik meisje. Daar zo. Oh ja, ik hoor die mensen worden lastig.
Oh, they curbing her.
Nou, nee, maar zeg, ze hebben jullie nog verteld. Ik heb die lekker groot geworden. Ik vat hier en ik vat daar en ik vat hier, ik vat daar. En dat is wat die kinderen willen. En
Now what she's saying is that she wants to tell the story. But they are saying that she needs to tell it tomorrow. But she feels that she wants to tell it today. because that is what is in a and I think what we don't understand is that while it's in the memory, she actually needs to talk about it.
My broers and sisters. Ek mos nou maar afstaan. Baie dankie. Baie dankie jong mense. Weet julle hoe bly ek oor julle? Julle.
So young people, she's proud to see you in the audience.
Weet julle as julle
Ma Katrina? No. When she was 16.
Ayo! Sê die boesman as ek kom sê dankie. Ayo!
Ayo. So when she was 16, yes. So when she was 16 or going on to 16, she went home on leave for a month. And in that time, she became a young woman.
So stop maar.
But the story, no, she started to menstruate. Yes. So she's going to tell the rest of her story tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you guys, if you travel to the Northern Cape, when you just out of Uppington, their land, you can see there's the Bushmen are right there and they tell you their story. It is amazing. It's towards Namibia on the almost kind of Botswana side of Uppington.
Nou ja.
Thank you.
Julle jong mense wat vandag hier staan, vandag hier sit. Geeflik. Ek kry baie min van die jong mense wat kom sit daar en luister die taal en so. So sleg is die kinders ook. Maar jy net as hulle by die kerk, as hulle kerkkinders is, dan kom sit hulle daarom so. Maar om te lyk my hulle sê ook die taal is lelik. Die ding wat hulle, want as baie wat hier werkie. Ek het vir hulle gesê kom sit julle hier so. Dan kan ek vir julle sit die taal sit te leer, maar hulle kom nie.
So even the young people in the Northern Cape is not willing to come and learn the language because many of them are unemployed. But it seems to her as if they also identify the language as an ugly language. Give me a bikkie water. Give me a bikkie water.
A bikkie water om te drink. Hansa Maria, geef my a bikkie water. Geef my a bikkie water. A bikkie water om te drink. Ek is die skepting nie, wat jy in jou hande. Dis jy maar water.
A bietjie water om te drink. Vroue Samaria, gee my a bietjie water. Gee my a bietjie water. A bietjie water om te drink. Vroue Samaria,
gee my a bietjie water. Gee my a bietjie water. A bietjie water om te drink.
Ria, gee my a bietjie water. Gee my a bietjie water. A bietjie water om te drink. Ja vrou van Samaria. Gee my a bietjie water. Gee my a bietjie water. A bietjie water om te o vrou van Samaria. Gee my a bietjie water. Gee my a bietjie water. 'n bietjie water om te O vrou van Samaria, gee my 'n bietjie water. Gee my 'n bietjie water om te drink. Gee my 'n bietjie water. Gee my 'n bietjie water om te drink.
Summer for Maria. A bietjie water om te drink. Summer. Thank you. I'll touch the picture up. Sis Malek. Thank you. Sis of touch the picture. So, who touch the picture up? Bacha, I won't touch the picture. Whoa. I thank you. Thank you.
Okay. As
89. It's 90.
So, as our elders are taking some pictures with Uma Katrina, I'm going to invite Nomvume.
Jesus voor Jesus voor ons agterna, Jesus voor ons agterna. Kom ons loof hom en ons prys hom. Jesus voor ons ja, Jesus voor ons agterna, Jesus voor ons agterna. Kom ons Jesus voor ons amor.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh, my sister. And the language.
Thank you. Siyabonga. Mam Damaris, I'd like you to just translate a little, just so that we can thank Uoma Katrina for the little she was able to say to us today. Please let her know. No, she did a lot, but for her it's a little part of the story. Yes.
Katrina, namens hierdie bejaarde wat ook hier sit
wat eintlik die moeilikheid veroorsaak. Sy is die woelige een, ja. Yes. So namens die organisasie, want sy is die stigter van die organisasie. Soos ouma die stigter van die skool is sy die stigter van die organisasie. En hy dogter wat daar sit, is nou die bestuurders. So namens hulle wil hulle net baie dank en die almal wat hier sit, wil vir u baie dankie sê, dat u die rit aangevat het Kaap toe, om u storie in u eie taal en met u eie gedagte vir ons te kom vertel. Dat nie iemand anders gebruik was om die storie te vertel nie, maar dat u dit self vir ons vertel. Baie dankie. En selfs aan die groep wat ook saam met Tannie Kantrina gekom het, wil ons as Elite Lebanto en die bestuur vir u baie dankie sê. So, I just thank them on behalf of the founder and Elite Lebanto and the management thereof.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to call Okay. Okay. Can I please ask Nomvume Rala the I'm in trouble. All that education that one of our mothers was talking about, all that education, it showed up right now and got me into trouble. Sorry.
On behalf of Queen Katrina, we also want to thank the president. A bit of English. Yeah, we steal it from you guys. Because the white guys, if you talk English that time, they're going to eat you. But now, in Northern Cape, it's Afrikaans. Yeah, even you can go to Papalelo, there they speak Afrikaans. Yeah. Huh? And to all the ministers and the ex-ministers, the ex-speakers, all the beautiful people of South Africa, we say thank you very much. God bless.
Uxolo kancinci kuthiwa uNomvume Rhalakhala makeze phambili ngibani Nomvume Rhalakhala Demaris oyingoma yakhe. Okay, besibabiza bonke kaloku all mabeze bonke front kuba nomDemaris Dr. Vuyelwa Nhlapho ona Faldila. Okay. Icula ke unowa wakho.
Eliza.
Mameli on, zaman sithi apha ne? Oh, okay. Okay, ibuyisele ke? Oh, itheni? Mamela
Ngena Noah. Yeah, Noah. Oh, ngena Noah. Ngena. Ella.
Projector to work. Bayayazi bona, but
The projector is on.
don't worry, no, be project engine so that you are able to have control over it.
Sesincedwe ngusisibaleka ngezi greetings. Wacho ukuthi protocol observed. Now I want to say all protocol observed. Igama lam ndinguNomvume Kgalagala, umazikode njengomandisa. Singamakhosi. Ndingutishara, I'm a teacher by profession. And I'm working at the Department of Social Development. I joined the department in 2007, responding to a call by the ANC Women's League to lead the 365 Days for No Violence Against Women and Children project in the department. And therefore, I will always be grateful for the opportunity that was given to me by the ANC. Umandisa, when she called me about this day, actually, and my role here, and I thought, Umamusilinga. I was born and bred in Langa Township. That is where Umamusilinga came from. I came to know Umamusilinga. Umama owayene chiki. Enenkani. But Mandisa, kuthiwa history has no blank pages. And it is correct. And Mandisa said, every one of us has a story. And I'm happy to see Comrade Ubatabile. She's my former National Minister of the Department of Social Development. And it's good that from where I stand, I tell her on her face, or in her face rather, how I felt and I always feel about the role that she has played in the department. I'm a person of Fana no Mandisa because we speak our mind ekaya no Mandisa and we separate issues. We separate issues all the time because there is always good in each and every one person. Usisibaleka said, all the time take the good out of the person and leave the others. Ukomrade Bathabile, I always say, you can speak whatever about her, but Ukomrade Bathabile, in all my years within the ANC and in government, she's the only minister that to stay with the people from day one until the workshop ends. She has to listen to the people. Ministers zethu bezingena kwa ANC abantu a 5 minutes athethe aphuma hambe sele hamba akafuna uva noma abantu bathini. But Comrade Bathabile, we sit down ne-NGOs azive izikhalo ze-NGOs ukuthi zithini na. I remember at one stage it was very cold. I organized NPO summit. It was in Gugulethu Mandisa. It was very cold. For all Minister Bangoku ba ahlale in that hall for 3 solid days from 8 to 4. Sihleli kunye naye. So I want to say to you, in front of you, because sometimes you say these things when people are dead and they don't hear. So, Comrade Bathabile, we are grateful. I am grateful for all your input into making sure that that dream, even if we have not achieved of a better life for all, at least we have walked that path in addressing that. And I thank you for that. Usisibaleka, I know that I have to speak on this, but because this is an event ka Mandisa, whom I value very much. Usisibaleka uchilo up. Ute, we are proud of you, Mandisa. Mandisa, I think she's blessed. Zigode ndithe xa ndiva lento Isisele Senyathi, because we are googling, siyagooglisha ngoku. Kuthiwa sisaci esi. Kuthiwa sibhekisa kumntu onzulu ngolwazi, ngobulumko nangamava. Umntu oyingqondi nonobulumko. Bathi kamalungu, a mine of information. Mandisa has taken ilitha labantu to another direction. She had a vision of ilitha labantu. Abefundisi, they will know that. Sisibaleka uthetha nge-3-legged pot. And as a teacher, I know that 3-legged pot. The parent, the teacher, and the child. Mandisa, not because engumzala wam, but she has taken ilitha labantu to another level, because when things are not working out, Mandisa just came with a concept of which we have long been saying it, social development, that we have to give skills to the mothers, because there are house-headed holds that are headed by young people. Abazali abasenazo izakhono zokukhulisa abantwana. And uMandisa goes back to where this comes from because isuke ekhaya. Singashawutisa sithi baku-drugs, bakwintoni, but it comes back from whom? So I'm touching on that Mandisa, ndicela uxolo ela because nam ndiyazisikela xa sendilapha. Uchilo nyani ke unosisibaleka ngawe Mandisa and siyazidla ngawe. And I must also touch on you with Eziko. We were together, comrades Zo, Umampi, and comrade Paulo Jordan, also about Annie Slinger, because Umandisa is saying there are missing stories. Therefore, go and research about those missing stories, because nyani balilika Mama Slinger alikhe lifane uyalibaleka. And I'm so happy that Mandisa again has reaffirmed that there is a missing story. Let me take you now to the journey kaMama uSilinga. Ngugogo kaReyke lo. And I remember ubhuti age ongasekho indlela bemthanda ngayo sisibaleka xa eshawutwa phaa eParliament athi oh ihlubila kuthi yini bamenzani. So today we are remembering sizakukhumbula nawe sisibaleka. Ndiyakubona usiya kwabazuku nawe sizakukhumbula simane sithetha ngawe apha sisithi oh ihlubi ngelisithi ngoku. And thanks to Mandisa, always we make sure that we gather kwakhe uMandisa for all these the Christmas holidays and so on and so on. Ngubani ke ngoku uAnnie Slinger? Nengoma yakhe. Ella, where's that song? Let me give you an introduction. Nomchiki. Niyaliva moseligama wayenechiki nyani. Annie Slinger was born in 1910 at Nqamakwe in the Transkei's Butterworth district, where she only attended basic school for a short time. Ngaba bantu sisibaleka ke bethethe uba umazi njani uthi umuntu uirritarate ngolwazi olungaka. She relocated to Cape Town in 1937. You want it to be big? Oh, okay. Thank you, sister. She relocated to Cape Town in 1937. Since her husband worked there, where they were able to live together as a family. For the first time, Slinger and her husband lived what she characterized as a conventional life in the Cape, raising 3 children. After World War II, the family relocated to the township of Langa. The early years. At the age of 38, she joined the Langa Vigilance Association, and in 1948 and in 1952, the African National Congress, which is the ANC. During the Defiance campaign, it was during the campaign that Slinger participated in various acts of defiance, such as sitting in waiting rooms designated a colored zone under the Group Area Act, meaning that only people of mixed African European heritage were permitted to reside there. When the Federation of South African Women, FEDSO, was established in 1952, Annie was chosen to serve on its executive committee. And after leading the women of the Western Cape in anti-pass law protests in 1954 with her 6-month-old child, Annie ended up spending a brief time in jail with her 6-month-old baby for civil disobedience and defying pass requirements. Despite having very or no literacy, she emerged as a key figure in the women's anti-pass movement. Other women who helped organize the federation and would hold places in the federation's committee included Helen Joseph from the Congress of Democrats, Lucy Mvubelo from Garment Workers Union, and Dora Tamana, Ida Mtwana, Fatima Mier, Josie Palmer, and Betha Mashaba. Silinga was also instrumental in the FEDSO conference that produced the Women's Charter, where she is known for having declared, open quotes, "I will never carry a pass," close quote. "I will only carry one similar to Mrs. Susan Stradom's. She is a woman and I am too. There is no difference." That's Annie. "I will never carry a pass. I will only carry one similar to Mrs. Susan Stradom. She's a woman and I am a woman too. There is no difference." That is a quote. Shortly after, in December 1956, Annie was arrested for treason and taken to Johannesburg. She was the only African woman from Cape Town that was among the accused in the treason trials, along with individuals like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu, and other women activists, Helen Josephs and Frances Bald, and was put in jail, detained on a high treason accusation. After the treason trial, Annie was elected the president of the Cape Town ANC Women's League and was imprisoned again while the country was under a state of emergency, outlawing all public gatherings, arresting thousands of protesters, and driving the opposition movements underground. In December 1957, the state withdrew charges against 61 of the defendants. The treason trial was still in its preliminary stages, and one of those who were released was Silinga. Annie lived her remaining years in Langa Township, where she passed away in 1984 before the pass laws were repealed. Akayibonanga imisebenzi yakhe emihle. Annie Silinga persevered despite having a stroke that left her paralyzed from the hip down, despite her refusal to apply for a pass disqualifying her for a disability grant or a state pension. Despite these expenses, she was happy to have opposed the pass humiliation. She told a reporter these words just before she passed away, open quotes, "I would like to live in a South Africa where women of all races may coexist peacefully in employment and in housing. We must still make an effort to stand as a unity," close quotes. In closing, Mama Silinga stayed true to her conviction, akazanga jike, declining to carry a pass until the day she passed away. At a request of Annie Silinga's family, Sue Williams created a piece to place at her grave in Langa Cemetery, and it bears Silinga's battle cry, "I will never carry a pass." If you go to Mama Slinga's grave, you will find this goat. That was a cry from Mama Slinga. She died after a life dedicated to resistance. Many people who joined her were inspired by her tenacity. I want to close by a quote. You know, people, it's so sad that when we want to look for goats, one thing that I forgot to mention is that I'm a former president of the South African Federation of Trade Unions. I'm a unionist. Ndilwela abasebenzi. And I was supposed to have joined ICOSA to Congress, but unfortunately, Umandisa called me first before I received the invitation. So I said, my family comes first, because in this struggle, we don't have time for our families. So, but when they are appealing to us prior, we have to prioritize them. Let me end by a quote from Beyonce. Open, quote. We need to reshape our own perception of how we view ourselves. We have to step up as women and take the lead. Thank you very much. Zuma Muslinga, wati maptazi tanganani, wameme Zuma Muslinga, tanganani, wameme Zuma Muslinga, wati maptazi tanganani, wameme Zuma Muslinga. Wati bafazi hlangane isimanga sedompasi esaqibilizwe lonke isimanga sedompasi esaqibilizwe lonke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mam Nomvume. I always, yeah, Mam Nomvume Kim. Next, we're going to have Demaris Kivit. Someone just corrected me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Mamandisa, the leadership, the executive of Elite Labantu, thank you for this opportunity. I really don't know why Mandisa always gets us into trouble. Oh, I wasn't even briefed. I just got the email. You know? And when I got this email and I read and I thought, oh my goodness. Why me? And then today I realized, why me? And like the previous speaker, Mamandisa is the woman that has really strengthened my political consciousness. Because you must remember there's a difference between being politically correct and being politically connected. You never forget where you come from. You never forget your school of thought. And to the young people in the room, when we do politics, we don't do party politics. Know your subject matter. When they take me on, they know. Come with what you know. Now, I'm not coming tomorrow because today I ate the MEC for health in this province for breakfast. Because she stood between me being here at the opening and people dying because the generator didn't kick in at Tygerberg. Now guys, that is how serious things are in the sector. And what we don't know is that in this province, we're playing political games. And people's lives are at risk and impacted. And so when I started off with the invitation that I received, I thought, oh my, woman. So I had Alice Victoria Alexander Kinloch. That's who I had. And you can go and research her. I wept. And that is also why I don't have a slideshow, because every time I put up a slide, I cry. Because this woman was a human rights activist. She knew what she believed. She knew what she stood for. And maybe we need to go and get those diamonds at Buckingham Palace. It belongs to our country. It's our right. It's not a privilege. And if you look at the life of Alice Victoria Kinloch, she's also born in Cape Town. She was born in the Boerkaap, and that is where I was born, St. Monica's. And she got married in 1885 to a guy called Edmund Ndosa Kinloch at St. Cyprian's Church in Kimberley. And so Queen Busman lady, no wonder the thread needs to follow, because our champions, the people that has gone before us, we need to find the thread that there is. And so in 1895, she traveled to the United Kingdom. And there she formed an organization and she led the organization. And as a human rights activist, she made sure there's an audience. She spoke to large audiences on the ill treatment of indigenous people in South Africa. Not just any person, indigenous people. And she made sure that she creates a platform to engage. What do we create? Do we only create a noise? Or do we create a platform to engage on topics, issues that are relevant to our people? And each one of us have a role to play. I cannot play the role of Mama Ndisa. I will never be able to it because Ella still don't sleep. I watch them. I have a little eye in the house. I watch them. Oh my goodness. Who can cope with a mother like her? I'm glad I'm out of the house. But that is what has built my political consciousness, to understand where I need to go. And like the previous lady said, I also have a story of Mum Matabile as the MEC. She might not remember, but she called me a rascal. In the Fountain Hotel, I was busy. And she said, can somebody just... And she said, can somebody just quiet that rascal down there? But I just thought, you know what? I will not be silenced on issues that matter to people. And that 3 days in Langa, I was there too. And Mom, I love you. Because why? You keep us on our toes. And so to the young people, as a human rights activist, don't fight individuals. They're not the problem. That is where we miss the mark. If I look at the life of Alice, she did not fight the British government. She fought the issue at hand, and that was the right of indigenous people in South Africa. So what is it that we need to fight? Well, I know I'm fighting health. I am sleeping, eating, health in this province. Very little people like me. I don't care. I don't need to be liked. Because at the end of the day, it's our people that lies in the beds of public hospitals. It's our people that don't have access to groter skeer when they on divert. And so when people are comfortably sleeping, and I get the call, I'm almost like the president for health. Maybe they must make me the president for health. Because I get up on Saturday night when there was no theatre time at Tygerberg. I got up at 2:30. I went and I made a noise. You will get out of your bed because you are being paid to be on call. That's what we need to do. We need to know what is relevant to our people. What is the need of the people utilizing the services in our country? And then we take on the issues. This nonsense of I want to fight Noma French. I don't want to fight Noma French. I want to fight the issue that there were not sufficient diesel this morning for the generator to kick in. That's the issue. Not her coming there wanting to sort me out because they called me. No, you're coming to be my sardine if you do that. And that is what Alice stood for. She stood her ground as a human rights activist. And she made sure that the indigenous people of South Africa are ugly. How will we shift the thinking of people that want to take on individuals and not the issue? And so the life of Alice Kinloch, the lessons I'm taking out of her life, and I made a note so that I don't forget. The lessons I'm taking out of her life is that when you put your hand to the plow, plow it. When you believe in what you believe, treat it as if it is your own. When you stand up, even if you stand alone, stand. Make sure the most vulnerable is on your mind. And what I want to conclude with, what I take out of her life before she came back to South Africa in 1898, is the fact that when we organize, people will disappoint you. Don't you become the disappointment. Make sure you show up, you are present, and you're relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Damaris. Hello? Okay. Okay. We'd like to invite Dr. Vuyelwa Nhlapo, the CEO of Isisele Foundation, up next to the stage. I don't know if there is a song.
Libongwe igama lamakhosi kazima libongwe malibongwe 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 malibongwe. Thank you, Program Director. We'll also follow from the previous speakers and not acknowledge and greet each one of you and the distinguished guests inside this room, but rather say all protocol observed. I don't want to repeat what has been said by other speakers, but just to say, I also received one line request, and it didn't seem like I had a choice, but knowing or having known Usis Mandi for a very long time, we've been in our journey for quite a long time. I couldn't say no. Actually, it was quite interesting that at 12 o'clock today, I was supposed to have a board meeting. And I had to excuse myself from the board meeting because I had to be here. Because, like someone said, I think it's the previous speaker, if you have been invited, show up. It's an important aspect. I'm really honored to be presenting today on Mama Loretta Ngobo, a lady from the rural South Africa. By the way, I was also born and bred in Bizana. Ndingudla ngamandla uZulu umchengu nongwenya ubhanikazi. Ntsasa nazibaswa zibaswa indoda kuphela. nolwandla luwelwa zinkonjane kuphela kuba nazo zinamaphiko. I'm delighted to present to you the history of Mama Loretta Ngcobo, described by Barbara Boswell as the significant literary talent, a freedom fighter, and a feminist voice. Taking you through the journey of Mama Loretta Ngcobo, I will start with a brief introduction, touch on her biography, and share with you her major works and conclude. Mama Loretta Ngcobo was a South African novelist, editor, and children's book author whose work articulates her long-standing concern with economic, social, and political justice. She was well known as a feminist writer during the early 50s, though her work was only published in the 80s and 90s. Ngcobo was one of 3 pioneering Black South African women writers, the first to publish novels in English from the particular vantage point of Black women. Along with Bessie Head and Miriam Tlali, Ngcobo showed the world through her fiction what it was like to be Black and woman in apartheid South Africa. Ngcobo was one of the main speakers during the 1956 Women Anti-Pass March that was held across the country. Reviewers of her books maintain that her novels are imbued with her own experiences struggling against injustices of the apartheid system in South Africa in the second half of the 20th century. Mama Loretta Ngcobo is lauded for her ability to provide a much-needed voice for Black South African rural women who battle economic forces, social customs, and oppressive political policies with passion and dignity in their fight for equality within a patriarchal and racially discriminatory Africa. Just touching on her biographical information, who is she? Loretta Gladys Nozizwe Duyu Gwina, I was wondering at so many names, was the daughter of the 2 teachers, Rosa Niecele and Simon Gwina Ngcobo. She was born in 1931 in rural Ixopo, South Africa, and grew up there. She attended Inanda Seminary School near Durban, going on to become the first woman from her area to study at the University of Fort Hare. She taught for 2 years, then took a job with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, which is known as CSIR, in Pretoria. Born during the apartheid era, she grew up experiencing racial discrimination and became politically active as a young woman. In 1956, she was a participant in the Women's Anti-Pass March, as I said earlier on. She was a member of the Pan-African Congress, a political group that was banned by the white South African government. Her husband, Abednego, was a founding member of the Pan-African Congress, a radical group that broke away from the African National Congress in 1959 and organized the past resistance that led to the Sharpeville massacre in 1960 and was subsequently imprisoned for several years. Because of Mama Ngobo's political activities and her fight against the government's apartheid policies, she too became a target for South African security forces and narrowly escaped arrest. In 1963, she fled with her children to Swaziland and stayed briefly in Tanzania and Zambia before immigrating to London in 1969. She found work as a teacher in London and decided to settle there and taught for 25 years. Ngobo returned to South Africa in 1994 and lived in Durban. Her husband died in 1997. In South Africa, she taught for a while before becoming a member of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, where she spent 11 years before retiring in 2008. In 2006, she received the Lifetime Achievement Literary Award of the South African Literary Awards. In 2008, she was awarded the Order of Ikamanga for her work in literature and promoting gender equality. She was named an eThekwini Living Legend in 2012, and in 2014 received an honorary doctorate of technology in arts and design from Durban University of Technology. Alienated from the struggle back home, she began to write a novel that explored her experience as an activist. Her first novel, Cross of Gold, was published in 1981 in England. She's also the editor of a 1987 anthology entitled Let It Be Told, which contains essays by Black British women writers, including Marsha Prescott and Julie Penn. In 1990, Ngobo's second novel, And They Didn't Die, was published. Let us look now at her major works. As a novelist, Ngobo's fiction is informed by the turbulent political situation in her native South Africa and her participation in the political and social movement to end the discriminatory policies of apartheid. Soon after she left South Africa, Ngobo started writing, but it was not until 1981 that her first novel, as I said earlier on, Cross of Gold, was published. This is a book of which she says, and I quote, "I was contemplating what had catapulted my life into exile and how it had all come about," close quote. In this novel, Cross of Gold, she touches on the role of Black women in the struggle in South Africa. The novel opens with the shooting of a political activist, Sindisiwe Zikode, as she tries to escape to Botswana with her young sons. Surviving the shooting, Sindisiwe at the hands of government, Sindisiwe is motivated to become a freedom fighter. Her actions, however, lead to her violent death at the hands of government security forces. The story then shifts to the story of her son, Mandla, who continues the fight against apartheid. Critics trace the development of Ngobo's portrayal of the female characters in her novels as evidence of the novelist's own grown racial and feminist consciousness. In her book, Cross of Gold, she killed off her female character, Sindisiwe, because she found it difficult to view African women as capable of effecting change. Ngobo's inability to sustain a female protagonist in Cross of Gold is viewed by critics as an accurate reflection of the privileged role of men in the struggle against apartheid. Ngobo admits herself, and I quote, "Such has been the history of our struggle in South Africa," close quote. Other commentators note that her fiction also addresses the economic disempowerment and cultural dislocation imposed on the black population, particularly black rural women, by industrialization, colonialism, migrant labor, and the apartheid system. Ngobo has also expressed ambivalence about feminism and the freedom that Western women aspire to, while being agents of racial oppression themselves, whether in South Africa or in England. And she says, "I'm not referring to the structure of institutionalized power, but to the yoke of daily injustice, to the bitterness of everyday living," close quote. She calls attention to a range of levels of oppression and draws a comparison between oppression by African men and white women. And she says, "Through our men, we feel the weight of the system as well as that of law and tradition. An analogous thing happens to us in respect of the white woman. It is through her that a variety of oppressions befall us," close quote. She then acknowledges that white women have won rights which will benefit African women after democratization. This could be seen in South Africa in 1994. We all know that, where women represented in parliament at least constituted 33% or a third percent of the total, moving from where we were at that time, 130th in the world, we moved up to the 10th place in the world. In attempting to define her place in relation to Western and African traditions, Ngobo admits that our women are caught up in a hybrid world of old and the new, the African and the alien locked in the struggle to integrate contradictions into a meaningful new whole. By the time of her second novel, however, Ngobo was ready to more fully explore the heroism of black rural women in the struggle against apartheid and confront the conflicting economic, political, and cultural forces that shaped the South African black female experience during that era. And it's always said that the critics that, or criticism that she got from the first book led her to write the second book. Stung by the criticism around Cindy Siwe's death, Ngobo set out to write a second novel in which the women would not only survive, but be strong and powerful agents of history. The result was, "And They Didn't Die," which was published in 1990. A novel that has staked out a place as an African feminist classic alongside other writers like Buchi Emeta's The Joy of Motherhood, published in 1979, Tsitsi Dangarekta's Never's Conditioned, published in 1988, Bessie Head's A Question of Power, published in 1974, and Nawa Sadawi, Woman at Point Zero, published in 1975. So we can see that she was also not joining these powerful women. And They Didn't Die is a book that is about a black rural community of women who, against the backdrop of the 1913 and subsequent Land Acts, care and fight for their children, the land and the cattle, while their husbands work in the mines and cities. In her focus on the struggles and complexities faced by her female protagonist, Isisele Majole, Ngobo articulated the personal and public struggles of African women who opposed apartheid. I'm about to complete. Who opposed apartheid amidst the harshness of rural women. The book has been described as path-breaking in its portrayal of the experiences of a black woman that gives its main character, Isisele Majole, an interiority and a voice rarely seen in South African literature before this novel's publication. It is singular in highlighting the damaging overlapping effects of apartheid and customary law on the lives of African women confined to apartheid Bantustans. In her writings, Ngcobo is generous in her criticism of apartheid and of Zulu traditions that clamped tightly on women. She once made a point saying, I quote, "A woman is not only black, but at the same time must also submit to her husband, who being oppressed will find it necessary to oppress his women. Tradition reinforces this and elevates men above women. In our tradition, we find customs against which resistance is in vain, especially if one is an isolated individual of a restricted group. Ngcobo was also, as I move towards closing, Ngcobo was also a cultural activist determined to nurture the talent of other marginalized women writers. In exile, she edited the collection of essays, Let It Be Told, Black Women Writers in Britain, published in 1987. Upon her return to South Africa, she authored the children's book, Fikile Learns to Like Other People, published in 1994. She also edited an anthology of stories of South African women in exile entitled Prodigal Daughters, published in 2012, which was chosen as a book of the year by Jayawadin of Africa. This new addition to the Voices of Liberation, Loretta Ngcobo, writing as the practice, serves as a mapping of Ngcobo's life as well as some of her text. In conclusion, by the sweat of her brow, Loretta Ngcobo broke free of the chains that bound her being, both as a black woman in apartheid South Africa and as a black African, becoming one of the most prolific intellectuals and writers in South Africa. She passed on the 3rd of November 2015 at the age of 84 in Johannesburg, and I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Nhlapo. And sorry that I have to kind of stop people, particularly given that we are here to learn her story. But because of time and restrictions, I am forced to kind of like ask our speakers to try and compress their presentations. Hopefully, and I'm going to pick on someone who's a good friend of mine who's sitting in the back, who is actually a PhD candidate in heritage and historical studies, to hopefully be gathering this information to help us collate these stories of women. And she's hiding. Noma Ngcotsho is right there at the back. Next, I'd like to invite Umama Feldila. I'm trying to set up the system here for her.
So I'm going to put it like this.
Okay.
And then you just press and
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank the Isisele Bantu for affording me this opportunity. As the other speakers had said, I was also asked, invited to research and present. So for me, it was a very awkward task. Firstly, because I wasn't given the time frame in which slot the time frame, and it's very difficult to put something together that you don't know how much time you have. Secondly, this tune kept on playing in my mind while I was researching. There's a song that says, "Where do I begin to tell the story?" You know, I don't know if some people know that tune, but my time and my age will know. So this tune kept on playing in my mind as I was researching Fatima Mia. A person small in stature, but very, very big on commitment, courage, principles, steadfastness in belief of non-racism, and family values. And the more I read, the more difficult I found it to condense her life and her contribution towards the transformation and struggle of South Africa. So I'm trying my best, and I know I'm not doing justice to the role that she played. But before I go to my presentation, I'd like to, first of all, chastise the founder of Isisele Bantu, because we're launching this project, and she herself has not put her experiences in a book. And so I believe that this journey should start with herself. And for those of us who's gone along more than 30 years in her journey, and that's how long I've been in this journey with Isisele, she always tells these wonderful experiences and struggles and things that they did in order to get what they wanted to do. And I think for future generations, we may not be there to tell her story. So she has to tell her story. And one night after reading Preg's Governor's book, I sent her a WhatsApp. So I'm worried that you're not writing your book. So I'm from this podium, I'm asking you, Comrade Mandisa, when? When are we seeing that book on the shelf and the launch of the book? So we're putting you, I think we must give you days or months or time frame and a date, because if you don't have something to measure against, a date or something, you can't measure. You will tell me one day, I don't know when that day is going to be. So I think we must all challenge her to give her the date, because I believe she's busy writing, but it's taking too long. So, yeah, my journey with Isisele started way back, and there's a joke about the stage which I won't repeat. And so I was the only woman on the newly formed provincial Sanko at the time, and I was asked to come and speak on behalf of Sanko. And that's how our journey started with Isisele. So, and that journey has been very fruitful. Learned a lot of, for myself, I grew with Elita. And way of my background, I'm from Manenberg. I was one of the founder members of the Manenberg People's Center, whose roots started in the struggle in creating a space for those detainees and their families. And so I'm still there. I'm hoping to slowly move out, but I'm still there today. And I think as Elita, as NGOs of relevance, you kind of sometimes shift the focus that your organization is on. If you're an organization of relevance and respond to the needs of your community. So over the years, we've also evolved into different needs of the community. And I just want to also note that I'm quite concerned on the latest couple of days ago of the Minister of Justice saying, and this affects women, and we often don't speak about it, and that is the struggles and challenges that women have when applying for maintenance at the maintenance courts. It's sometimes pushed to the back room, but it's something that we as women should be taking up more vigorously. And the minister says that the time frames has moved from 68 days to 98 days. Now, I think the minister needs to go and research that, because it's never been that. Never have been, never is at the moment. Women are waiting up till 2 years to see any efforts of benefits of being supported through the courts for their children. And I think this is total economic abuse and also oppression of women as it is at the moment. Having said that, I'd like to... 10 minutes! Are you crazy? Okay. I don't know how I'm going to do this in 10 minutes. I think each slide I can flick for a minute. I just don't think it does justice to a person like the statue of Fatima Mia. So I'll try and do that. Okay, I'll have to go very brief and very quick and really not doing justice to her. Fatima Mia was born in 1929 and died in 2010 at the age of 81. She had 3 sisters and 6 siblings, and people would be surprised to know she had a white mother, which is not always put out there. But she grew up in a polygamous family with 2 mothers and 1 father. And she writes passionately about the situation in the home, which sometimes people think is a negative thing. But in her case, it was a positive thing, because the other mother gave a lot of support to her, and through her life had great influence in her life. She married Ismail Mia, who was also a political activist, in March 1951, and had 3 children born out of that marriage. They were married for 49 years when Ismail passed away. In 1950, she graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in the Sociology and Physiology department from Natal University. The Mia family was highly politicized. Herself, her husband, and her son Rashid were all at one point or the other in detention without trial. She started a political career at the age of 17 while still at high school, and organizing against the apartheid government with the great giants of Dr. Dadu, Dr. Naker, and Dr. Guman. They organized the passive resistance. And if one reads up on a biography, one sees the kind of person that she was, that stood for her rights, even while she was incarcerated for 113 days. And when one reads that, the novel that I researched on, one sees how they overcame all the challenges of being incarcerated and under the very cruel apartheid laws, and where you were detained without being taken to court. So she had demonstrated to us what resistance really means. There's a whole list of things that she did, which within 10 minutes I cannot possibly cover. In 1949, there was major riots between the black community and the Indian community, and 42 people died and over 1,000 people were injured. Throughout her life, during this resistance, she always worked towards building relationships between racial groups in order for her not to live through another racial riot of this magnitude. She, however, did many things to establish women structures, one of which was the the Federation of Black Women in South Africa, with Winnie Mandela, Sally Montala, Teresa Hendricks, Kate Jonkers, Deborah Mabeleza, and F. Shikona, and Anne Tomlinson. Now, soon after they had established the Federation of Black Women, most of the executive was arrested and detained and taken to a prison in Johannesburg. And that is where that experience in 1976 is well recorded in a novel called Journeys of Prison. So, and I would encourage people to read her prison diary of a prisoner and biography, because it gives in detail all the things that she was involved with, the activities, building structures, fighting resistance, organizing for detainees, their families, and organizing in poor communities, setting up institutions for black women to be educated, trained. She set up colleges. She set up a project whereby she had enrolled more than 3,000 black students in order to increase the pass rate of blacks in matric, and particularly focusing on maths and science. I'm speaking of my presentation now, without it, because I'll never be able to complete it in 10 minutes. So I'm just going to speak off the cuff. She also organized skills, a center for skills, and where she taught women to do pattern grading, sewing, embroidery, and business management. Those things were all done while she was under strict banning orders. She took the risk of going outside of the district of Durban, which was a confined area, which she was restricted to in order to set up these structures. She was subsequently, for breaking, she was again imprisoned. She was imprisoned 3 times for breaking her banning orders. Her husband, who was also a political activist, was also detained in December 1956 for treason, and he was released in 1958. And the rest of the people were released 3 years later. But throughout that period, she was in support of all those families and detainees. As I said, she was detained for 113 days without detention, without trial, which was one of the acts of parliament of the then apartheid government, where you could be detained without being taken to court. She had 3 attempts on her life, 3 assassination attempts on her life. The first one was in 1992, I think it was, and the one where she was almost killed was just after she was back home, released from prison of the 113 days. There was an attempt, they lit the garage, thinking that they're going to come out and deal with it. The person working for the family then went to the door, and as he went to the door, shots was fired at the door. Had she been to the door herself a few seconds later, because she was quick after the person, she would probably have been killed in 1977. But God was with her and she survived. And in 1985, there was a 3rd attempt on her life because of her activism. I've listed, what I tried to do was to categorize her activities into various roles that she filled the space for as an activist. I unfortunately cannot go through all of that, but I'm leaving the presentation with Elita, and it could be distributed, I don't know how, but could be. I've also categorized her as a civic activist, the things that she's done for housing and mainly poor communities. There was flooding in Durban, for instance, in the 1970s, with 10,000 Indian families being affected. She and others then mobilized to rehouse and feed those 10,000 families. She challenged the municipalities on the appropriation of properties in a colored community of Sparks Estate, where the municipality wanted to expropriate the properties of those communities. And they had taken up a campaign, and eventually they were appropriately compensated for their properties. But that was all part of Group Areas Act, which we all came to know in those periods of time and later when it was announced in 1961. So, and she was a great author. She wrote between 1969 and 2017 more than 23 books she had, she's been an author to, and published, including the Mandela book, Higher Than Hope, which was an authorized biography of Nelson Mandela. And after her death, there was another book written, Memory, and sorry, that one I didn't record, but her autobiography is called Memories of Love and Struggle. I'd like to encourage people to read that and to get a sense of the millions of things that this small woman did. And as I'm reading through it, I thought, God, did this woman never sleep, because she was all over and helping everybody. She also received many, many awards. I've noted them. And then she got a posthumous award for the Order of Luthuli in silver, which is normally given by the president. And she also got an award of the South African Order of Meritorious Service. So don't know, I'm doing for a time. I'm just sorry that one couldn't go in detail on such a great giant that has brought about so much change. But it was interesting researching. As you can see, she was way before my time. I won't say how old I am. But when I looked at this, I thought, God, this woman was active before I was born. So, and she, throughout her life, she dedicated it to changing the lives and conditions of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Faldila. We would like to apologize to all the speakers. We'd also like to apologize to everyone who is present that we did have to cut time. And there's very important information that you may not have received because of the time issue. I would like to invite everyone to go for lunch, because we are very, very late. Like I said, when I started, I am between everybody's lunch. I'd like to invite our elders in the first row to go out first, if we can allow them to go out and be able to get food, and then we can join them. Thank you. Okay, lunch is going to be 30 minutes, please.
Usifakazi uphaphandle.
Okay.
Usifakazi ukhona ne? Oh, ukhona uhleli pha.
Bakhona bonke?
No.
Prof ukhona?
How do you spell this?
Usiphokazi ukhona?
This thing is off, no?
No, it's on.
Oh, Piyoli.
Bakhona. Dr. April khona. So bakhona bonke.
Okay.
I think just apologize and just state that we've moved the program due to time, and because of time constraints, even this session we have to kind of condense it, maybe about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, about 5 minutes per speaker. We
Yeah.
do apologize, but then wonke share even the presentation yakhe because the report will be circulated once it's done.
Intole, the presentation.
And for we umland again uzan-emailela
ngoku
uhleli pha uza-emaila so that ndivele ndiyithathe ndiyibeke on the desktop. Yewethu kusokola
Usekho abantu abahlala that place. Bekushiya nge-USB. Ah. Uthini? Ayimuvile anti. Molweni. Molweni, can I have your attention? Masibuyen, I know it's the afternoon session is usually the session where people fall asleep because of the food, the lunch, and also the time of the day. First, we would like to, maybe I should introduce myself first. My name is Nsiki Nonsikelelo, wakwaSigege, and ndisebenza pha eLitha Labantu. I have to apologize first, as we have moved the program, so the program is not gonna be as you see it in front of you. So, for instance, with session 2, we're going to move it to tomorrow morning. This is due to the time constraints that we have. And I have to apologize again for the prolonged program and us taking a bit of time to go through it. But I can assure you that what you will be getting, and also what you'll be getting this afternoon, the session that we are about to go into, which is your session number 3, it's also going to be condensed, but there will be a report which is going to be made accessible to everyone. So people don't have to worry that we're sort of pushing everything together so that we finish early. We are able to go back to our homes and the hotel where the guests are sleeping so that we have time to sleep and prepare and relax for tomorrow. We live in a world where everything is digitized. As we're sitting here today and people are taking photos, they are taking videos, others are posting on Facebook, on Instagram, if you've got Instagram, and your Twitters. But if you go back in time, say in 10 to 20 years, and you're looking for the same photos, you type in the conference, they will pop up. The reason being that we no longer store information in USBs because they get lost. USBs these days are used for, let's say you've got a presentation and you just want to use it for that particular sort of time. But USBs, what are they? The external storages, they are no longer used. You'll hear people talking about Google Cloud, Google this, Google that. And I think from my own personal experience as well, I used to save on the computer, for instance. I'll used to save on external drive. And then you go back, the computer crashes, you lose your USB, you lose your external drive, or it crashes and you lose all of that information. So there's the move towards using the digital space and just making sure that the information that we document, that we store or archive, is in a safe space. In responding to this new way of saving and archiving information, it makes sense that we explore and actually document and archive all the information that we'll be gathering here. And actually in the future, when we realize the existence of Isisele Senyathi, we find ways of documenting and archiving this information so that it doesn't get lost for future generations. And I think speakers from, like previous speakers, were talking about bridging the gap between the old and the young. You can imagine the information that we have stored. We've got an exhibition across the road, and some of the information we got them from Isisele and also from Maibuye at UWC. It's old information, but it's because of the fact that it was stored in a proper way, and it's digitized as well, we are able to call them and say, listen, we've got this conference, we need this kind of information, and are able to just send it through onto a cloud, and we can access that information. So it will make a great sense that with Isisele Senyathi, we also explore, the digital space. So without saying much, let me introduce our panel, who have a lot of experience in this area of archiving, documentation, and technology. The first person who will come up is Professor Thembisa Nqodi, who's the Dean of Informatics and Design at CPUT. And the second one will be Sipokazi Nqiza, is a director at Kasi Labs. Professor Beatrice Opioli, is that correct? Okay. From CPUT as well. We've got Mbalente Dlamini, Western Cape IKS Documentation Center, Applied Science Faculty at CPUT, and Dr. Tozama April from the National Heritage and Cultural Studies University of Fort Hare. So without wasting much time, let me call up Professor Thembisa Nqodi.
Good afternoon. I don't know whether I say, I feel like, I don't know, when I see my elders in front of me, I can't say good afternoon, colleagues, but I think the right way to say is to say, inqaga nentsiba zayo. That will actually capture me very well, because we have seen them walking the path before us, and we've seen them modeling before us the journey of the victorious Black woman in action. And having observed them, it made us to be proud every time when we take a podium, because they did not do that with fear. They were so bold to make sure that today we will have this opportunity to stand before you, and we will be given certain titles like what we are given today. I am really humbled, Sis Mandi and the team, by just giving me this opportunity to come and share a bit of my experience in my area of study. It was indeed difficult for me to even start to think when the topic itself is so packed. How am I going to address it? I mean, it has quite a number of components attached to it, but at the end, it has to bring one word that will define the whole topic. I have been requested to address a topic which says digital methodologies, digital knowledge, and collective memories in the world of digital transformation. And I had to think, how am I going to start and address this topic? I definitely thought of, okay, fine, probably maybe the departure point is for us to move away from Eurocentric approach of doing things and become Africanism. Then that is actually going to assist us in understanding and actually conceptualizing digital transformation within our context. I'm not going to go through my outline of the presentation. Remember, as academics, we were taught to have an outline as to how we structure our work. But I just want to zoom in straight to my topic, digital transformation. We hear people, and if you can check backwards when digital transformation has been introduced, you will see almost all the definition that talks to digital transformation, they talk about devices. And they leave the human aspect out. They forget that you can transform. But if you do not transform the user of the device, there is no transformation. I think that is why organizations are suffering even today, because they transform tools. They do not transform people. And if you check, for example, Fitzgerald definition for transformation, you can't identify human there. There's no social aspect which is attached there. But I like the last one, which is recent, which is 2021, which talks about digital transformation as an organizational change which is triggered by digital technologies. It simply means that now when we talk about digital transformation, we talk about change of doing things. And in that concept, we cannot leave a person outside the process. When we look into Eurocentric, we will be bombarded by all digital tools. We're struggling with e-waste in our environment, especially the villages. We've got old fridge, old microwave, old everything is thrown there along our rivers. We can't have organic food anymore. We can't have anything because digital transformation has been defined through or maybe by tools. And it talks to us as if now we don't exist. Whereas the digital technologies, they exist because we exist. Remember, they cannot function without us. And they cannot perform anything if we're not there. And then in looking into that, I had to, this is not my laptop. Then I came out with the digital transformation essential components. And if you look into what I have captured, it starts with the very first person who needs to be transformed when we talk about digital transformation. The first person that needs to be, the first entity or character that needs to be transformed when we talk about digital transformation is human. Because it starts with us, the way we think, the way we perceive technology, the way we want to use technology for our benefit. And if we are not transformed, the organization will spend vast amount of money trying to secure every new technology, but it will never help them. Then if you check this flow or these components, it looks at the people, but people are the ones that cultivate data, which at the end it is transformed to knowledge. But you cannot talk about that data, you cannot cultivate data without understanding why we want to use data for. Then we have to have an insight. Getting meaning from the data. We talk about analytics these days, that's how we analyze data to actually present different meaning for different people. But we have to digitize it through processes first for that specific data to be able to give us meaning. And then we look at action. You can analyze data, have vast archives of data. You know, today, when I was listening to the speakers that were starting from Ugogo, when she was actually talking about her moving from 15 years, getting to from one stage to another stage, and telling us about what is happening in the Northern Cape when it comes to them growing in their tribe. That is data in action. But where do we get that? Where is it archived? What is the action? What is the insight that we have for that data? Do we receive data for the sake of getting that data? For example, I'm not sure whether I'm biased. I don't want to give my claim name, but but I may be probably biased because I was born from Wangobo. That is my mother's side. And when my, I don't want to say whether it's my aunt or it's whatever was defined, I read her book, I did the reviews of her book that say, and they didn't die. It is loaded. It's a lot of information that is loaded. And one quote that I like in that she captured, it's that one which says, there is the particular oppression of women who struggle to survive, work hard, and maintain a sense of dignity under apartheid system. Maintain sense of dignity. And my topic is always revolve around digital dignity. Because we're using technology in action, but do we attach dignity in what we're doing? Will we be happy when we retrieve the archives of what we have posted online when we are 60 years old? Then I look at the actual results, which I'm talking about. Remember, sometimes the results, you cannot define them today. The results might come in action after 10 years. When you have cultivated knowledge, cultivated data, capture it in different environments or platforms, but now, later on, would you want to still play that same clip? I'm just posing that as a question. Maybe we need to really think quite closely about that. But as the program director has indicated, there are different communication technologies. We talk about social media, we talk about applications, we talk about quite vast, it's vast. If you look into this diagram, I just took this diagram and then I say probably it can, in a nutshell, summarize everything that talks about that. But if you look into this, you will see that there is a lot that is happening. Each and every tool that we use, the digital tool we use for data, it has a purpose. Let's take, for example, I'm not going to take all of them. Let's take, for example, the drone that you see here. We cannot use the drone for social media. Can you use the drone for social media? You can't. But each and every technology or each and every tool that we acquire in our environment, it has to talk to, it must be relevant to what we want to achieve. We've got people in agriculture here. Prof will come and talk about indigenous knowledge here. Nowadays, we do not take people to go and gather sample in their agriculture field for the plants they're doing. They send a drone. It captures data. It transfers it to the database. They do analysis. But at the end, it has a process. And then we are on the social media, we're taking pictures, we're doing everything. But are we getting the right or access to that data to use it the way it's supposed to be done? Are we observing POPI Act? We're capturing everyone who's here. We post it on our Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram. When we're doing that, are we observing security measures of the data that you use? And what I'm trying to say here, despite the fact that we've got diverse technologies that cultivates data, but are we aware of consequences that we may face one day because of the kind of data we posted? Now, students, you are active in your mass action. You take pictures, you post. One day you're looking for a job. The reference check. The reference check now is no longer going to be ask someone to write a reference check for you. The reference check now is going to go to your profile, access that information, and they look at it and say, this one does not understand digital dignity. This one do not understand the value of using data effectively. That is why, as we have all these tools in our disposal, but how do we use them effectively to our benefit? That is what is important. And remember, data, you know, I remember when I was still teaching IS1 as a lecturer long ago. Don't want to disclose my age. More than 20-something years. Yes, more than 20-something years. And when I was teaching end-user computing student and IS student, the concepts of the IPO structure, the input, process, output. When you look into when you check this diagram, you will definitely see that we start with the input. Everything that you capture, it is input. As long as you are still holding it on your machine before you press send. When you input a certain kind of data before you press send, you think. You have to think first time, second time, third time. That when it gets to processing, is it going to cultivate knowledge that I'll be proud of when it is accessed by whoever? Then what I'm trying to say here, processing of handling digital data is very much important. And it must start from the input stage, where you have to think when you're processing your data before it is processed to become knowledge. Because a minute it is processed and it becomes knowledge, knowledge is available to diverse people. Remember, people buy data from all these social media platforms. And then would you be happy if you get the kind of knowledge that you have installed in your archive, whether it's in a cloud, whether it's wherever you save your information, you will be happy that that information is accessible. And then process, before you even think of saving it when it is processed, you have to think, do I have to distribute this information? Who am I distributing this information to? Check your audience before you release information. That is very much important. Despite of everything technology-driven, we are mad about technology. But is it worth using technology to our benefit, or we using technology for self-destruction? Then we need to look into that. And now it goes to storage. Where do you store your data? What access rights and security did you put in that particular data that you have stored? Are you pretty sure that whatever you have stored, whatever you distributed, is protected? When I was doing my third year, we're talking about encryption, where you can literally make sure that the level of security of your data is very high. But remember, it is not everyone that understands the concept of the technical component on aspects of IT, which we cannot talk about them here, because when we go to the taste of the technical part of it, it's going to be difficult. But what we're trying to say here is to say, in terms of handling your digital data, think about these three processes before whatever, because it's actually going to come back to you one day. And then, now, collective memories through digital tools. Now, that is when now we're coming into diverse, the gist of our topic. When we talk about collective memories through digital tools, we've had, like for example, I told you I have read the book which says, and they didn't die. That is how we need to cultivate data for our benefit. You know, the process that women were facing during that time was so difficult. But what is that kind of data or knowledge doing to us today as young women? It drives us. It made us to feel like running again. It makes us to believe that we cannot stop, because we want those that are coming after us to read about us and say, it didn't die. Yes, people died, but the experience and the motivation is still living, and it's still the very same fresh motivation that we needed. And we can then cultivate memories through diverse tools that I have projected before. We can do it through storytelling, which what was happening today. But do we still have Inzomi? And we see the Eurocentric kind of Inzomi that is imitating our indigenous knowledge, and they take it and make them theirs, because we did not take an advantage of the tools to capture. But now it is our time. Let it not die. Let us have a space whereby when we meet, we engage, we record everything. It doesn't matter. You know what? I like the way the translation was happening here for Ugogo, and when she was actually talking about her life, singing, using Afrikaans, and also using the Khoi's language. And you know what? We don't have a problem. Let us speak in Khoi's language and record it. Send it to someone who's going to translate. And we archive. We don't let Khoisan language die. When we're having children that are coming after her, and children coming, they are able to relate, go and listen to that. Aren't we doing Spanish? We go and say translate. But why don't we do it in our own African languages? Now we need to have a space whereby we go to the villages. We ask our forefathers or our grandfathers to say, tell us, how do you mix the medicine for inkomo efelwe lithole? The cow that struggling to give birth. You remember, they don't go to any specialist. They mix that. We ask them, we record. We keep indigenous knowledge. Children that will have passion will go, and as they study, as they grow in their career path, they take that and make it theories. And they take that and make it make it medication that can help everywhere. Everyone, they will use our African medication to heal their cows. It's just one example. We need to do the coding of indigenous knowledge using the digital tools that are in our disposal. Let us use them to our advantage. Let us make sure that we run the entrepreneur drive through collective memories. Now we see in America, they use the colors of our traditional outfit without meaning. But if we can code that, we can capture it and put it in a narrative where it defines, where they understand. Even the price that we pitch, it won't be just a price, because it will be carrying a heavy information with it. They will have to ask us to use, they will have to buy franchise or whatever they buy from us, IP, to use our clothing for their benefit. That's what we're supposed to take advantage of digital transformation, whereby we are going to be visible anywhere. We are not going to be actually limited into one location or space, but we're going to take over Africa to become visible. And we talk about preserving orations through digital tools, which I've already have given an example. We need to look into that quite closely. But what we need to do, we need to create safe, interactive spaces, observing dignity of using our digital tools. We need to be able to mirror our physical space with the digital space. I always say to my daughter, if you go to the mall, will you dress the same way you dress when you dress for the digital, the visual space? And then a minute, you cannot say yes. Dignity has been taken away from there. We also, as parents, really need to go back to our roots. What we were taught, we must teach our children. Because if we politicize our values, I'm sorry, I know that's why I'm not famous. When we politicize our values, we actually compromising and watering down our identity as Africans. Thank you. Where's the mouse? I want to close. Okay, please close it.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. That is some food for thought. All right, moving forward, what I will do, I will just, the names as we've got about 4 presenters that needs to come out. So I'll call out the names and then you can just, come after, like one after the other. Then we'll leave sorry? Oh, okay. Then we'll comment and ask questions at the end. If you can stick to at least 5 minutes each, or 2 minutes, or longer. How much time do you need? Uspokazi Nxiza, she's the one who's coming first. I mean, after Professor Tembisa Ngodi, then it's Professor Beatrice Opioli, then Balenhle Dlamini, then Dr. Tozama April. Oh, sorry.
Excuse. Okay. Molweni. You andibonakali tu. Yo. I am standing. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And Mandisa, this means a lot to me to have to speak within phakathi komama abathatha South Africa bayisa phambili. It's like, wow, thank you. Andizukwazi ukuthetha what the previous speaker said, but I would like to greet all the women abalapha. She said something about Ingaga. Yes. So my talk is about, okay, my name is Pogazi Nxiza. I run a company called Gasi Labs, which was established to bridge the digital skills gap. Okay. Wait. Okay. No. It's supposed to be on slideshow. What happened? Okay, I'll start again. So I have a computer science degree. And I started my company when I was working at MTN, and then I saw that people from the corporate world were struggling with digital skills. Then I wondered, outside Elokshini, the communities, abantu that don't have access to technology, how do they deal with this? So the topic is integration of indigenous knowledge systems through ICT for social and economic development in South Africa. Under the apartheid system, the indigenous knowledge in South Africa, as well as practitioners such as systems, were marginalized, suppressed, and subjected to ridicule. This had profound negative effects on the development of South Africa's economy and society, resulting in the distortion of the social and cultural economic development of the vast majority of the people. Across every measurement of socio-economic status and well-being, and across all age groups, geographic circumstances, all ages, and indigenous people were severely disadvantaged. And then in 2004, the indigenous knowledge system policies were adopted by the cabinet, and the deputy minister then, Mr. Derek Hanekom, confirmed as a fact that indigenous knowledge had always been, continued to be the primary factor in the survival and welfare of the majority of South Africans. So integrating and celebrating African perspectives in context of South Africa's knowledge system is not only a matter of redressing the imbalances of the past in education, but also a celebration that may help create new research paradigms and mental maps, as well as enriching the existing ones. I just wanted to talk about the coat of arms. So I want to play a video of the previous president, for a previous president, former President Thabo Mbeki, who speaks about the coat of arms and why they used the two Khoisan people in the coat of arms. Please don't say time. Aye. I tried. Thank you.
That is why you find those two figures taken from that Linton story. We said, the best protectors and the first people who died when the colonists came in. The first defenders of our independence were the Khoisan. So instead of St. George in his charter, let's have those people. You are quite correct, they were taken from that Linton story. And then it's the question of
Okay, and then I'm going to fast forward to Yes. This. So actually in this video, le engifuna ukuyidlala manje, he says that a German guy and an English woman went to Robben Island and requested two Khoisan men. They were going to keep them as prisoners, but under their
Lived in
home.
Cape Town.
Sorry, there.
And they talked.
Okay, it keeps on buffing, I know. Okay, it's in very take. Aye. It keeps on buffing.
You've got a number of Khoi and San people.
Can we take down the quality and then maybe it loads quicker?
Can you?
If we take down the quality.
But it's going on.
They're not free. We will look after them. Now they are the principal orders. So fortunately, the government agreed. And the reason they did that is because they wanted to talk to them about their culture, about language, about this and that and the other. And they will come. As far as I know, this is the only recorded history we have of the Khoi people speaking for themselves. Was the two Europeans saying, now who are you? So they explained, it's prisoners. No, who are you? They take them to the rock paintings. Now, what does this painting mean? And they explain. All of this. So they got volumes and volumes and volumes of this. So, now remember in the story. And it's right.
Okay, so with that being said, let me go back to my PowerPoint presentation. So I closed it, huh? Ngatatazela. So, with that being said, that one record of so, okay. So, as the Khoisans are the oldest known inhabitants of our land, and this video testifies that there are no records of indigenous systems anywhere, except for those volumes in that in University of Cape Town, which is an opportunity for archiving such information. Whether they create videos of what they found in those records, but they should be readily accessible to the next generation through using IT systems. And then I got this from a PhD student, Uzipora Moikela, from her dissertation, which provides a background suggesting that indigenous knowledge systems can be integrated with the curriculum of the basic education of South Africa, which the purpose is to promote an education that serves the needs of the society in question. The goal of education is to make people wiser, more knowledgeable, better informed, ethical, responsible, critical, and capable of learning. So these lines depict both the point of origin of the knowledge of the African, the heart of the knowledges, and how the other knowledges are developed, e.g. life skills, language, and mathematics. So in terms of life skills is a process of holistic development throughout childhood. Children are equipped with knowledge, practical skills, and values that will assist them to realize their physical, intellectual, and personal and emotional social potential. These processes may be introduced to children through storytelling, like the previous speakers have said, songs that relate to life in the olden times. So the recording of these activities, like videos, are there on YouTube. However, who owns YouTube? It's an American company, which is a great opportunity for us to be able to write code that stores our cultures on our platforms for us. So it's a great opportunity in terms of economic development, because all of these technology, these applications that we are using, they are American. Google is American, Facebook, WhatsApp, all these platforms. That gives us an opportunity that the grass is very green for us. So we can have about how-to videos, e.g. How to uguguba, which is food processing, how to ugunqusha, how to ugusinda, how to teza, how to lima, how to senga ukutyabeka, ukusila utywala besintu. We can have those, but we must be yes, we must be the owners of that content, because we do have a lot of content. Now, in terms of language, Kasi Labs is, like I've already said, Kasi Labs, which is my company, is a digital skills training organization which was established to bridge the digital skills divide. We do this by translating computer language into a language that is understood by the community, thus bridging the language barrier. I don't want to play a video again, but there was a video where I am teaching opposite the center that I work from. There is a Ekurhuleni School of the Deaf. So I invite them over and I teach them coding. And because they speak sign language, there'll be an interpreter. I will be interpreting computer language into English, and then the translator, their teacher, will now interpret what I've said in English into sign language. And those kids, they will do everything that I'm saying they should do, because, computer, it's just an action, it's a skill. It doesn't need, uyayenza, ne? So, and our target market is the people that come from the previously disadvantaged communities of all ages, races, and all genders. I was teaching in, what happened now? Okay, I was teaching communication skills to a company, a KZN. Communication skills is basically English, ne? So I was talking about language construction, which consists of verbs and nouns. And then I asked, what is a noun? And the response from the gentleman there was ibizo. And then I was like, okay, what is a verb? But yizenzo, which means that they understand English language yabo, not ngale language le engifuna ukuthi bakhulume ngayo, which which is evident that using English as a medium of instruction actually is a disadvantage, because people understand their mother tongue better than English. Therefore, last week I was in Uppington and I was teaching a basic end user to the managers, St. Louis. And you know the language, yase Uppington is Afrikaans. And the people, you know, the attendants would be coming back to me and say, Mafro, kom hier asseblief, ek verstaan nie. Ngazibona sengifundisa nge-Afrikaans. And at the end of the day, they understood what I was requesting them to do using their own mother tongue. What else? Yes, there are other opportunities in terms of the history. History is stored in books. I remember I was a reseller for a gadget that converts hardware paper into software. And I went to Joburg High Court. Bane fridge, they've got a big fridge. They've got books from 18 what. But because the books are losing equality, they have to keep it in the fridge. And which is an opportunity. If that can all be converted into digital knowledge, which anybody can have access to, you know, from a website, instead of having to go from, let's say, KZN to a Joburg High Court to access that information. We've got, there are opportunities for app creations, like having a digital library of indigenous knowledge, where you can have those how-to videos of everything that is traditional to us. And South Africa is, digital literacy, yes, South Africa, guys. As keys. But digital skills, we need to, like the previous speaker said, kuyo yonke le transformation, the first people that we should consider is the end users. And that never happened. So we cannot jump, because the actual users are not anywhere near, are not transformed at all. And I would like to end there. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Was it 2 minutes? Is there? Where is it? Where is the cursor? Can you see it? There. Minimize here.
I can't even see the cursor.
Exactly. It's not duplicated. Okay, there. Move. Click here. Just click, yeah, and then. Are you going to be okay?
I should be. I'm just looking at my wife.
Is it not this one? These are
indigenous. Looks like this. Yeah. I think I should be fine.
okay.
Start that up. Good evening. I think
Prof. Tembisa, you just called my attention to something. And looking in the room now, I just want to plead with my audience that you allow me for the next moment to not be this thing that the title has conferred on us, but to be, for once, at this moment, a daughter and a grandchild to these beautiful, powerful women in the room. I'm Biti Sokpeolu, and looking at the room, I think more than a quarter or a sixth of this room is these wonderful women. So I'm a Nigerian, a Yoruba woman. As you know, it's South African Heritage Month, and this is my heritage. So I would like to greet my mamas and my gogos. We call them Iyagbas, the older women, the way a child should greet them. So that is my heritage. I dare not greet my gogos and my aunts kneeling down properly with my two knees. I have about 10 minutes. Ella already warned me, and I will try as much as possible to not exceed those 10 minutes. Mine is to quickly speak into revitalizing indigenous knowledge in global climate science and policy processes. I'm not really sure about how to do this, but I will try. Like my colleague said, we've been trained, to have that overview of how do we want to do it, because we are teachers, we are speakers, and we want our audience to just follow us. So I will just quickly go through all of this in about 10 minutes, hopefully. I think the first thing I want to put out here is that indigenous people all over the world, they are usually the most vulnerable in communities, irrespective of the gender or the country or continent that they are. And we have about 350 million of these people spread across the globe. So, meaning it's important to be conscious of how do we want to do it, how do we handle climate change issues around these people, and how do we infuse indigenous knowledge systems into whatever intervention or actions we want to put in place. And I won't go into all of the academics and all of the technicalities of definitions of indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous people, but just to say that they are indigenous peoples, they are usually based in communities, and they have histories, and everybody, those that have spoken before me already attested to that. That they have histories, they have understandings of how they do things, how they protect themselves from insects, for example, how they deal with sicknesses and diseases, how they produce their crops, how they treat their water so that they don't get sick, how they protect the water systems, the rivers, the forests. All of those things, they have that knowledge. We appreciate what Western education has given to us, because, it's not all doom. We can, produce things en masse and all of those, but it also came with lots of cost to developing countries especially. And so I will be, in the context of this, I'll be talking to some of the things we've been doing before Westernization came, and how we can have a bit of both to enjoy the best of both eventually. So climate change impact, like I said, is an existential threat. It's something that it's serious for people that still doubt. We've had our own beach, a beach of our own share of it in South Africa in terms of the floods that we'll be experiencing around our country. We've experienced drought in the Western Cape and other
promising more in recent past. And so these are things that we will continue to experience. So it's a danger to us as humanity. Climate change can eventually wipe everybody off the surface of the earth if we don't do something about it. It is that serious. And so it is important that we start thinking about the way we live, the way we interact with the society, the environment around us, and the way we use the resources that we have from nature. And again, I won't bore you with all of the details of what climate change is. Many of us, we know, we already have that information. It's warmer temperature, it's all kinds of things happening around in terms of extreme weather events, whether it's hurricanes or tsunamis or rainfall, erratic rainfall patterns and changing weather conditions. When it's spring, now you are feeling winter. When it's winter, you are feeling summer. You know, all those kinds of disruptions, they are things that come with climate change. And for those that have seen this slide before, please permit me, but it's just again to give an idea of the extent of the damage that climate change is doing to us. It's about our physiology. People have died because of heat waves in other parts of the world. People can freeze to death eventually in some other part of the world because of temperature fluctuations. And health issues and disease burdens, drought and all of those comes with climate change. What happens is there will be more diseases, there will be more epidemics, there will be more pandemics because of climate change, because things that were locked up in the earth, in the Arctic regions, they are now being released into the environment. And you will know that in the last 3 or 4 years, or let's say a decade, because of Ebola, it's been all kinds of viral diseases and coming up from everywhere in the world. And it's not peculiar to Africa, it's because the globe, the world as we know it, is really warming up and things are happening. So what then happens is that we have disruptions in our ecosystems, we have disruptions in our human systems because people are they're destabilized, people need to move around, there will be migration issues, there will be conflicts. Urban systems will also have its own bit of the issues. Then that will translate to the economy of countries. And of course, when the economic situations of countries are not so well, then we know what can happen. And of course, it translates also into social systems being affected. So then, what do we do about it? In 2 minutes, Ella, I still have some 3, 4, 5 minutes. So what I will attempt to do is to present on this next slide what are the drivers of climate change. This is not an exclusive list, but these are a few of the major drivers, the things that cause climate change to continue in that trajectory. It's about deforestation. I was driving through my neighborhood and I saw trees being uprooted because they wanted to widen the road. And many people in my neighborhood were so excited, oh, it's going to be nice. But for me, where I'm coming from, it was, oh, we're supposed to be planting more trees. And now, I think I'll prefer a narrow road to live longer and to live a better world for my children and grandchildren than this wider road. So some of the things we do, we're trying to make money, create wealth, make life easier, it impacts at the end of the day on what is happening around us. There's livestock farming that releases lots of greenhouse gases that warms up the air, and of course, industrialization and all of those adds to those values. So then we have all of these issues. And if you look about all of these issues critically, you discover that who are the people that are affected most by this issue, whether it's water scarcity? Women and girls. Natural disasters, who are the ones? Women and girls and children. It's always the vulnerable in the society. Think about whether families need to prioritize sending 1 or 2 children to school because there's no money. The girl drops out. They would rather invest in the boy child because it carries along the family name and the clan name, So it always comes down to the girl child, the woman, and the children in the societies. So then what can we do about it? Indigenous knowledge systems. And for me, because agriculture is a big role player, we can go back to basics. I remember my grandfather used to have large farms, and he wasn't using tractors. There's a system where the community comes together, and there are two ways. I can't remember the Yoruba name now. They will say, we're going to so farm, person's farm today to help. And the whole community will go to that farm, they will plant. When it's time for harvest, they do that again. For rice, for yams, and cassava, and everything. We can go back to basic, cooperative system of farming. Some people will hire laborers over the years. They just tend to the farm all throughout the year. And it's been helpful. We can always, and what happens is, again, the use of chemicals gets reduced, the use of fuel is reduced, a lot of things that will release to the environment because of mass production and using chemicals and all of those, it's reduced. And on top of that, we enjoy more organically farmed foods. And then the environment is less polluted. So we can go to the basics and try to do things better. The other thing I have, and even in agriculture, even post-harvest handling of crops, I remember my grandmother, there was a way, the simple way of preserving her beans from weevils or beetles attack was just to drop chili. Chili, dried chili, a few of them, just drop it in the bowl and cover, and it will stay there for months. There won't be a single insect infestation. And people had worked in different ways. We just need to invest more into doing more work, more research into some of these indigenous knowledge systems that can help us alleviate some of the issues that we have to deal with our children. And I think in medicine also, it's a lot of them. I know of a few of, herbal home remedies that I use personally for cold-related issues, cough and things like that. They were from generations to generation. And I was talking with a colleague recently in CPUT. He told me about something that I can't talk about now. So cool, from his family and grandfather, because it's something that is in the oven and they're working to see if they can patent it eventually. So these knowledge systems, they are embedded in our families, in our homes, with our go-go's and grandmas and mothers. The younger ones, please, let's engage with them. Let's ask them questions. How do you do this? How do you relate this? We don't want them to go with that wealth of knowledge without us benefiting from it. Land conservation, I think in the past, in my village, because I'm a village girl, in my village, there were places they call sacred places on the rivers. And usually it's the source of the river. It's the source of the river. So people can't go there to fetch water. That's a conservation practice. If you don't go there, you are not allowed to fetch water there, you are not allowed to cut trees there, then you protect the watershed. And then the streams were healthier for many generations until recently when all of those things had gone through. There were sacred forests. There were all kinds of things communities have that they use to protect the environment, the water, and the systems. I think those are ways we can also go back. And of course, last but not least on my presentation is women empowerment. We can't overemphasize that. And I'm grateful to God that all of our gogos and mamas, they can live to witness this generation of women. They paved the way, they shattered the glass ceilings for many of us to be able to have that boldness and the confidence that, oh, if Mama so did this, I can also do that. Thank you very much.
Ella. All right, thank you, Professor. The next speaker, Mbalenhle Dlamini.
Sanibonani. Ninjani. ngikhona, my English is depleted. But mawubizwa uyasabela. So siyaqhubha. Just trying to find my presentation quickly. Where's Ella?
It's closed.
It's closed.
Yours. Which one is yours?
Not this one. None of these. Just a brief introduction of myself. I hope niyangibona, because I'm very short. My name is Mbalenhle Dlamini. I am a coordinator here at CPUT, working under Applied Science for the Indigenous Knowledge Systems Documentation Center. So I am going to be speaking to you today about how we document and how we gather our research. Introduction, the National Indigenous Registration System is a large fingerprint initiative by the Department of Science and Innovation. We aim to document, record, and store Indigenous knowledge for the benefit of the communities of South Africa. It takes into consideration the recording of the unrecorded IK in various multimedia formats and aims to promote community Indigenous knowledge. It proposes both positive and defensive protection of IK. The system also aims to collect grassroots community experience in local languages. So as I am a researcher, when we go out into communities and we go and document this Indigenous knowledge, we try by all means to get people from that community to go out and document the various Indigenous knowledge holders. For example, if we are in the Khoisan community, we'll get somebody who resonates with that community and who will be able to understand the people and understand the way of living, so that there isn't a loss in the way that we take the knowledge. So as the previous speakers have said, we, by all means, we always encourage knowledge holders to speak in their own language so that we capture the knowledge precisely the way that it's supposed to be captured. The flagship project creates a platform for the documentation of unrecorded and oral forms of Indigenous knowledge. So when we do the documentation, usually we use a set questionnaire that is fit for that type of Indigenous knowledge, be it traditional medicine, be it midwifery or food. The NRS constitutes, the National Recorder System constitutes an IKS network infrastructure that will create a legal framework that will link research and development strategy at different layers of government. So our system that we use is supported by it's managed by the NICMAS, which is developed by the CSIR. So all of us who go out and do the documentation, we are trained by the CSIR, and we are guided by the CSIR to be able to use these questionnaires to be able to document the knowledge. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm just gonna touch bases into some of the things that we do work with, some of the communities that we do work with. We have the Tswana women in the Northwest Province, and we've been documenting their knowledge and their use of indigenous astronomy to be able to assist with feminine issues. So you spend days with the elderly women, and they use the stars, the sun, the weather to be able to tell patterns, whether it's your journey through pregnancy or your journey through menstruation. And they use those two phenomena to be able to explain why certain things happen the way that they happen. We also have the Khoi women. We document their skills in herd, butchering livestock and distributing meat. And also the Zulu women. You know, we have Umkhosi Womhlangu, where we have young women, young maidens, and they are educated on the importance of being a Zulu woman and their role within a Zulu family. Some of the issues that we do have, though, when it comes to researching and documenting indigenous knowledge are the restrictions that we have. For example, I'm just going to give a personal example. When you are trying to get certain information from a knowledge holder who is a man, sometimes as a female researcher, you're told, no, we are not going to allow you to come into our community and document us. We want a man, which I think is very unfair because we all want a piece of that knowledge. We try to promote more women to write their own history, whether it be in English, in Zulu, in Xhosa, in your own language, so that other people can fully understand your stance on indigenous knowledge and your history. And we are also able to create a safe space to engage, for women to engage in social and economic issues. Thank you.
Enkosi Mbalenhle, the next speaker is, or the last speaker is Dr. Tozama April.
Ndiyabulela mandibulise komama, ndibulise umuntu wonke ongaphakathi kwale ndawo, ndibulele le nyweba ingaka siyifumanayo yokubana sizodibana apha. Ndizawucela if ngemvume yakho mhlali ngaphambili ndizame ndixube. NdinguThozama April Maduma, yinkosikazi yaseMazizini, uMamqwathi. Yabona uba umuntu uyakuthanda ukwenda oku, andiyishile endawo yamazizi. So ndiyabulela ukuba lapha ixesha selixhatshwe yinja ke. I'm a historian, a senior curator at the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center. A bit about the center. It is a heritage repository which is more or less the same like the one that is envisaged here. We are a heritage repository that collects, stores, and preserves the national heritage of South Africa. We are based at the University of Fort Hare, our main campus in Alice, which is where you find the only collection of artworks that was declared by Parliament as the national treasure of South Africa. So we pride ourselves for being a repository of such a rich cultural heritage. And we want to extend a hand to say, when Ilitha Labantu embarks on this journey, we've been there, we will be with you all the way. For we know the importance of preservation. We know the importance of conserving the things that matter to us. Now, I have been given a very difficult topic. The topic that I've been given is thinking off key. Kuzawubhudwa ke ngoku. Loosely translates as ukubhuda. That omama who are always being dismissed as ngabantu ababhudayo. So the theme, I found it very befitting that it articulates the position of women in society, that they are always perceived to be people who are off key at times. Now, this position, I think it's a strategic move by Ilitha Labantu to say, let's embrace this positionality, see what comes out of that. When women come together to say, let us embrace the positions that we find ourselves in society, what comes out of that? Now, paired with that, I've also been given the task to talk about voices in African women's intellectual history, which is a huge topic on its own, but I'm going to try within the limited time that I've been given to give attention to both aspects, for I think are very crucial to the work that is being embarked upon. Combined, both the idea of ukubhuda, being off the key, and also claiming a space within the sphere of thought, that women are never thought of as thinkers. They are never thought of as intellectuals. So I think it's a strategic move by Ilitha Labantu to say, let us change the gears. As women have always been in society. Women, when we think of women in relation to thought, although they've been there, they are never thought of as abantu who can think. Now, our history is replete with examples of women who have contributed to the well-being of society. Yet, they are never thought of as thinkers. Now, as a historian in the context of a university, right? I'm happy that a lot of my colleagues who have been here before me have indicated that we are trained in a particular way. We are trained to package information in methods that have been tried and tested. But I think with women, there's an exception there that allows for deviation from conventional norms. That if we are to preserve and collect the collective experiences of women, the individual wisdom that each and every woman possesses, we need to be off-key to allow ourselves to get into that space. Now, when we get to universities, ideas about intellectuals have carved women out of that space. Now, it is by allowing ourselves to get into that space to say, what is it about the idea of intellectuals that does not allow women? Why are women never thought of as people who can contribute? Actually, they are already contributing. but why are we not acknowledged as such? And I went very, carefully in my framing. I identified there's this scholar who's always quoted, and even within the liberation movement, I know Antonio Gramsci. His work on intellectuals is highly celebrated as someone who pinpoints different categories of intellectuals. That sinengqondi who are organically produced by the movement. We have got intellectuals who are intellectuals by virtue of the spaces they occupy in universities, in institutions of learning. But with the envisaged repository, it is a repository that says we are going to harvest and collate women's experiences, women's collective wisdom, individually and collectively, and put them in a repository that can be accessible to this generation and generations to come. And I endorse this idea. As I am about to close, I think there are a few things that my colleagues have already alluded to, especially things to do with archiving, because we are a repository, we are an archive. There are issues of intellectual property that needs to be taken into consideration. There are issues of Public Access to Information Act, personal information. All these, they govern the collation and use of information in public domain. So I'm happy that my colleagues have already touched on those. But as I am about to close, I think I'll be failing in my duty as a historian if I don't go just a bit of tracing women who have made a mark in society, dating back to the time of colonial incursions. Here we have a woman like Umama Mantantise, Umamsiya, who used to lead military, her own, she was a warrior, a woman who led in military incursions. Now, she gives us the image of a woman warrior. Going as far as Ebatenjini in the Eastern Cape, there we have women regents, amabambela bukhosi, afana nononesi, oyiliswa, sihambe siyothi umama unohajisi. These are women who have made a mark in as far as diluting the space of public intellectual engagement. Sihambe phako 1860, we get there, Emma Sandile, intombi kaNkosi uSandile, who was the first African woman to produce literary works in South Africa. Her works are reposited here with the University Panswendab. Right? Sisuke apho ko emasandile sinabo phayana omama abafana nokuthela dube, an essayist, a musical composer, a singer. We pride ourselves. These are the giants that we are, on whose shoulders we are standing on. Sihambe siphayana siye komama uCharlotte Maxeke and the early women's movement yase South Africa. Sifumana pha omama who were, there's one particular woman who really touched my heart. The late umama uRoxy Elizabeth Mufokeng, a trade unionist of note, apha ePaarl, a stalwart, someone who gave her all. So we pride ourselves. This is an opportunity for those of us who've been in research, frustrated doing this kind of work, and not having a home. What Ilitha Labantu in partnership with the with the CPUT has done is to give us a hope that all the efforts of our forebears, our mothers, our grandmothers were not in vain. Finally, they will find a home in a form of a repository. Ngalo mazwi siyabulela sithi kube Xhosa kubele.
All right. Thank you. Before we close off, when I started the session, actually, I was saying that it's a graveyard session, and I was like anticipating and thinking that, oh, people are going to fall asleep. I'm so disappointed. It's been a very, very powerful session. It's been, yeah, the wealth that has come out of this session. And thank you very much to all the speakers. And Sis Mandi, I don't think you know, there's no time for us to think.
I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry.
to say something about our stuff.
All right. There's no time for us to think, but also we must actually start with the action moving forward. And actually, you know, as the speakers were going through their presentations, in my mind was like input, process, storage. Yeah, I think in terms of moving forward, that's what we have to look at. Ma'am Kabela, you wanted to say something?
I don't know whether I'll be closing, but I'll be saying something about this session. She said I should say something. When I'll close the after get.
Ma'am,
Let me just say. I'll hand over. Okay, fine. I'll hand over to Susan Tutu. Good afternoon. I was just asked to say something about this session. Well done, Tsiki. I think for me, one of the things that is really, like, how can I put it, is hitting home, is the fact that we've looked at the past, we've looked at the present, we've looked at the future. So, and we had historians, we had people who could unpack stuff for us. And as I'm sitting here, you know, they say we're born before technology. That's how they call us now. Ne? But I think for me, the critical thing here is that, can I just pick up some few things? I mean, about the use of technology, its dangers, its positivity, and how we can use it for learning and for preserving information. I was just sharing with some few oldies like me to say there is a Netflix movie that's called Social Dilemma. Go check it out. Because the importance of this social dilemma is that it speaks about probably the dangers. Remember that we talked about input, what do we do, information and all that. The dangers of how data that we looked at, we listened to, and our addiction, especially addiction to social media, can destroy us. So this tool that we've heard about, remember one of our very first speakers said, it's a tool. This tool that they talk about, people are always put at last. And we've seen the dangers of those tools. I'm telling you, we're sitting with so many suicides now. Young people. Only 2 weeks ago, I had a client who lost, a 14-year-old lost a friend, a 14-year-old who committed suicide. So we're saying here, how else are we going to be able to take this in terms of responsible way of using data that we have? The other thing, but you know, if we got to go, then quickly let's talk about the data analysis that we hear about that is unpacking. We're sitting here with a lot of data that could make things change for us for the better. And I think that's where we're at. Here we're talking about, we've got a lot of data, we've got a lot of information, we've got a lot of history, and how do you use it? And so, and for the fact that we can put out information there, it gets even more easily stolen than before. We parade around us here, or especially the intellectuals, we parade as people who are interested in people. And yet we are psychopaths. And why you call us psychopaths? We steal information, we repackage as ours, and it's not ours. And so people say we are over-researched. And so these psychopathic tendencies that we have of taking information and making it ours, we've also got a lot. I was listening to this, you know, one of our youngest speakers talk about the information to speak to Botswana, you know, sort of like different tribes, and pick up as much information about the culture. And we ask ourselves, there are many other medicines that we have that has been, as we research, we find information. What happens then? When do we give feedback to the people? And I think that's what Elite Alabantu is going to do. Elite Alabantu is committed to forever talking and engaging. I want to know what's happened to that Hoodia thing that it comes from Mama Katrina from Hoodia that is used all over for medicinal, whatever. So let's hope that as we're sitting here and talk about what we're going to do, we're going to look after our staff, look after intellectual property, but then the biggest thing that we have is the food security thing. What are you going to do about climate change? What are you going to do? And the food scientists that spoke here, I was waiting for it to tell us about what that they're doing about genetic modified foods. I was waiting for that to tell us about what types of foods are they, and she was quite silent. And we want to hear about that. But just to say thank you very much. There's so much to talk about. And I'm going to be handing over to our ladies, but to say, I don't know, the question, but another key question that I wanted to ask, I think, Mandy, I may have forgotten it because I really want to know, read about the feedback. We want to know what is about the feedback that we're getting from all this research that we've been hearing. Do we go back to the communities? We are here to help, we're here to work with you. We're also here to learn. Thank you very much.
All right. I think we've come to the end of the day. Just to sort of highlight something on your program, it's saying that tomorrow we're starting at 10, we're starting at 8:30. It's just an error. And also remember, we have to start with the session that we're supposed to do before this one. So if people can be, try and be here as early as possible. Otherwise, thank you very much for being here, and drive safe and get to your places of stay and relax, and then we'll see you tomorrow. And the bus is already outside. It's supposed to leave at 6 o'clock. So those who are going to the hotel, if they can leave immediately. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.